Wake up, gamers, because you're listening to the Big Think Dimension with Dan and Bob Video Games. Would you believe I have forgotten our intro bit again?
I would.
Chris Wolfhard.
Sigil down.
And Dr. Aggro.
Listen, how about you just start paying us money, and when we think you've done it enough, we'll tell you to stop.
Here on GigaBoots.
Ancient aliens.
Oh, yeah, that's what it was going to be. I was going to be like, let me tell you about these Mexican aliens. You mean like people trespassing? No, I mean, there's an alien Mexico.
Does an alien landing in Mexico make it Mexican?
I believe it's in the possession of Mexico now, so...
Oh,
I
like,
mean,
like they have like super flags that supersede Earth flags.
I guess. I don't know.
I mean, Mexico, was it formed 1,000 years ago?
I think it may be a little longer.
The polity or the landmass?
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Big Think Dimension number 239, the one where we talk about unity. But many other things. For example, we play video games.
Oh.
We played a video game. Let me check the title again. 1 second. Because it's up there in text, but I think that's wrong. The logo says something else entirely. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's up, but we played that rollerblading skating game where you do graffiti and it's cool. Infamous
Second Son?
No, not that one. The one that came out anytime recently, Boomer. That was really good.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised.
Bomb Rush was really good. Because that's the thing. We played Jet Set Radio Future.
Mm-hmm.
And while everyone is like, this game looks great, I'm like, but it looks like a spiritual successor to Jet Set Radio Future, and that controlled terribly. So I am not taking a chance on the $40 game inspired by the game that felt like nightmare control scheme. But no, they made it feel good.
Oh.
Like a video game should.
Wow.
Yeah. It was very impressive. Really fun game, really great aesthetics. Music was
yeah.
Let me tell you, if we do a best music category, it's winning, and it's a good debate for second place, but it's no contest for first. However, Pizza Tower also has a great soundtrack, as Bob will learn tomorrow. I was surprised. I was surprised. Chat was like, Pizza Tower has a good soundtrack. I'm like, I'm sure this soundtrack's good for what it's going for. Oh, it's great. Shit.
Yeah, this isn't a Gravity Circuit situation of like, good for what it was going for.
Well, what I was telling you after I played it was Gravity Circuit felt like this is a Sega CD OST mild negative comment. Meanwhile, Pizza Tower this is a Sega CD soundtrack hyper positive comment. That game's something, but we gotta talk about Cyberpunk.
There's so much ludicrous detail in the soundtrack of Pizza Tower, like even the little title cards that have their own jingles, which also like have the leitmotif of the level inside them. If you listen real close, you can hear this barely faint piano in some of them. They have these teeny tiny little details way in the background. It's so weird to hear game music like this detailed.
It's really good. But we can't talk about Pizza Tower yet. We gotta talk about Cyberpunk Bomb Funk.
Sounds right, yeah.
Yeah. Bomber Punk Act Zero. The only hang up with that game at all is that like doing the special move that makes you transition tricks and extend your combo while doing a manual is really weird, and they don't teach you how to do that until much later after a thing that super obviously would want you to know that. Where they placed 6 flags just far enough apart where it's like, continue your combo. Fun fact, you don't know how to do this yet.
Yeah, a lot of the mechanics are not taught to you in the game at all.
Some,
you'll
not at all.
Right,
Others,
you'll get a text about it after 5 hours of gameplay. I'm like, where was this?
Meanwhile, some things we did, and we had people who beat the game came in and went, what? You can high jump?
Yeah, I don't think anything would text you about that.
No, nothing teaches you that at all, that you could just do this trick on the ground, and if you're standing and you do the kick trick and then jump immediately, you jump higher than being on the skateboard or rollerblade and doing the same thing. It's really weird. It's really weird. That game really doesn't have much for low points other than it has a couple boss battles, and they're really like, I think the game might have been better without it entirely. If you had spent that time just focusing on making a bespoke, cool feeling final level that's a set piece, that would actually make more sense than the really weird boss battle.
Yeah, I liked one of the boss battles, but then they brought it back, and I was like, no, not again. I'm sorry. It wasn't good enough to do it twice.
Right. And like this would be a lot more understandable at a lower price point, but this is like a $40 title. So it starts to get up into that territory where I'm like, you should make another boss fight if you're going to do it multiple times. If this is the conclusion, you should make a big different thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, the only other thing that was weird to me is you can wall ride, but only on billboards.
Right.
Which I felt like a lot of the time I would want to extend my combo anywhere instead of having to find these set locations.
So unlike a Tony Hawk where you're doing wall rides on anything to extend everything, this is more of a, you're doing this specific holding a manual while pushing the boost button while also pushing a trick button on the ground to extend it most of the time, which requires you to have certain meter, and then only wall riding on billboards and things that are super obviously flat in that specific way, because they can be flat and just not wall rideable.
Right. Like most of the game.
Right. Yeah. Which that is the thing that distinguishes it heavily from Tony Hawk, is that vibe of you can't do that everywhere. I really enjoyed the story, which is weird.
Yeah, no, that was actually good.
I beat 4 different games in the last week, and that's the story I enjoyed the most, I'm pretty sure. I'm going to double check my list. I've been busting up the backlog as we're looking forward to hopefully moving very soon. Yeah, I feel like, I'm going to say Bomber Cyberpunk, my favorite story of the last week for sure.
Looking at the games he played, I don't find that too surprising.
Right. Pizza Tower's the funniest fucking game I've played like this year, possibly.
That makes sense. I was
laughing so hard, but you know, at a certain level, like the story in Bomber is just neat. It's cool. It's got great vibes. It's got existentialist themes. It's got cool dreamscapes. It's got a bunch of other stuff with it that's neat. It's got punk. And that's important. You know what's punk? Wearing a beanie.
I thought you were going to say being decapitated.
Also true. And that happens in that game.
In the opening mission, basically.
Okay. But I mean, that's really context sensitive. Sometimes being decapitated is not very punk.
This was pretty punk.
This was possibly the most punk it could be.
It was a record that had a razor blade on the edge.
Yeah, it was just fucking Kung Lao's hat, but an LP. Real good. Yeah, that game's really sick, and I highly recommend it. The only reason I didn't, after that stream, go and immediately do another playthrough was I knew this backlog was here.
Right.
And I needed to knock this out because, for people who are unaware, we are halfway through September. October, on the first day of October, the bell tolls. So we are looking at getting buried from frame 1 in October. So I need to make sure everything up to October's done, which means Starfield, I need to check out. Star Wars Jedi Survivor, I need to check out. And apparently tomorrow, Haze, I need to beat.
Right, a very important thing.
Yeah, very important.
You gotta know about the piss.
You gotta know about the piss and the pizza. We only sort of know about the piss. We know most of what's up with piss, but we need to know everything that's up with piss.
I mean, you can't just play Haze once.
No.
It's like your personal walk with Jesus Christ. You have to refresh it continually.
See, we couldn't see his footsteps next to ours because we drank the piss.
But Lord, in the most difficult times, I only saw one set of footprints. Yeah, man, you were pretty fucking high during those times.
Piss. I really love Bomb Rush. I couldn't, like, it so instantly solidified itself on my top 10. Like, it's there. If it's not there, that means a lot of really good stuff's coming out between now and Game of the Year.
Fucking
Right.
hate this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough monetarily. I had to figure out Steam library lending so that way Bob could play Pizza Tower because I bought it, and he gave me his PS5 so I could play Bat Boy. So that way we could save any amount of money because this is getting rough. This is getting really, really rough. Bob, did you want to... my last comment on Bomb Rush, unless Bob says something that provokes more from me. Don't provoke me, Bob.
This isn't the time for your fucking takes.
Yeah, we're tired of your takes, Bob. If you haven't heard any of the soundtrack for Bomb Rush, go just... Even if you're not interested in the game, maybe you're like, I don't know what a Jet Set... Just go listen to the soundtrack. That soundtrack is the vibes of the game. And the vibes are peak. But that's my last comment. Bob, did you...
I think it really says something when on a death stream like that, we finish it, and then I just go start 100%ing areas while you talk to chat.
Yeah, for 2 hours. It was a great time. We literally had to stop because we're like, we should probably not deeply fuck up our sleep schedule again. And also, I was running on for shit for sleep that stream, and it was still like a great time.
Right.
Yeah, highly recommend. There is, in fact, a song that says ass, 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 like hyper pitch shifted and adjusted and filtered and stuff as a background beat. It's really good.
Literally someone saying ass? Fuck yeah.
They said the word ass in the song. That makes it punk.
I mean, like by official debate club rules, I couldn't say that you're wrong.
Right. Yeah, that's it.
I liked all the character designs too. Those were really cool.
Yeah. No, they're really cool. They get it.
Mm-hmm.
There's some real Lord Conti looking motherfuckers in this game. CRT head ass bitches. There's a Tachikoma.
There's a Tachikoma.
Nice.
Yeah, no, they get it. They get it. You know what else can get it?
Oh no.
Pizza Tower. Hey, Chris.
Yeah,
Pizza Tower's really good.
it's true. At some point, I have to go back and finish the run where I S rank everything, not P rank.
Yeah.
That's never gonna happen.
To remind Bob, the P rank is when you...
piss.
It's for piss. It's when you combo literally the whole level. And you might remember, possibly, the structure of Pizza Tower levels is that you make your way all the way through the level
And then
hit
backwards.
a thing, and then you need to find a route out, which isn't necessarily the exact way you went in.
Oh, Dan, you're forgetting a step.
Oh?
To P rank it, there's also a hidden pizza nearby the entrance that the entrance / exit called Lap 2 that you jump in and it puts you back where you trigger the countdown and you have to make it all the way back a second time. Now doing all that and finding the guy who will unlock the secret treasure door and getting the secret treasure, that's enough to get you S, but to get P, you have to do all that in one combo.
Deranged.
Wow.
There's a character who teaches you fun tips the whole game. They're like, by the way, you can do this. This is how you do a pound. This is how you do a blank. And at the end of the game, I think it's in the last world, literally, they're just sitting in the hub sort of place. And they're like, by the way, you can do this to get S ranks, but don't feel bad if you can't. I was like, oh, they know.
It's true.
Know.
It takes me roughly an hour to S rank each level.
Yeah, it's for some sickos.
These levels are pretty beefy. You know, they'll take you like 10-15 minutes your first time through. So of course getting everything perfect takes a while.
As I said a moment ago, this is probably the funniest game of the year. There's so many moments I bust a gut just because it did such an absurd moment. There are such small things about it, like, for example, that rat you've seen in art and stuff. I'm not going to articulate how or why or the context, but it is a mount at one point in the game, and it moves absurdly fast in a way that's just inherently hilarious because it is so bloated.
Yeah, every time I'd look over just for a second, I'd see how insanely smoothly animated everything was, and I'm just like, good lord.
Yeah, no, it's really good. It's amazing that it's not typical pixel art, that it has a sketchy vibe to it. Pizza Tower is a game that would have completely changed people if it came out on the Sega Genesis. It really feels like the most, like, you summoned a deity that is the vibes of the Sega Genesis Super game that isn't Sonic the Hedgehog. And that's Pizza Tower.
It is like, it's like if Boogerman wasn't the biggest piece of shit in the entire world.
There it is.
Wait, didn't you pitch that on Armchair? Someone did.
No, I mean, the first part, yes. The second part, no. That was not a part of that idea.
But yeah, they have hilarious reaction frames to everything. Every level has a unique title card as though it's an episode of an animated TV show.
Ooh.
You know, you would watch an episode of Ren and Stimpy and it would have the custom draw title card with the name of the thing. And the name's always kind of a pun based on it being about pizza and other things. So it really just has those vibes. And it's really good. Pizza Tower is fantastic. That is another game where instantly within 2 levels, I'm like, you're also on the top 10 in a single week. Fantastic game. But of course, we're streaming it tomorrow, so I don't want to speak too specifically about it.
Right.
You know, Bob gets
Make sure to teach Bob how to parry. That's important.
I don't know how to parry.
Oh my god.
What?
I'm trying to remember parrying, and I don't remember parrying moment.
You press the pose button when anything hits you.
Oh yeah.
The fuck?
You didn't have to.
No, I'm like, not you. I've seen footage of that game, and the fact that there's a parry in it is melting my brain.
I want to say just one last thing, and that's one of the things never expressed to me ever about Pizza Tower, because everyone talks about the vibes, everyone talks about the animation, how funny it is. But the thing no one ever explains is that feeling you get 100%ing a Metroid game, where you're trying to shine spark at the right moment to jump into a thing. You're hitting specific parts of walls to reveal things and move on to the next. That is consolidated into like basically linear, 2D platformer levels as though it were a more traditional platformer. They've taken the weird exploration style gameplay, the search action genre, and turned it into a linear 2D platformer basically. And that's really, really remarkable, especially given that Metroid is not vibes wise anything like this until the horror starts.
Yeah, it's not a game where you like run it some poor little cheese night like you're at sleep paralysis demon and then fucking F5 it through a wall.
Yes! On a related note, it is really good that once you hit terminal velocity horizontally, every enemy has a reaction to their imminent death.
Oh, so it is like the super run, and
Yes,
that's really
it
great.
literally is that. You literally go so fast that they're just like, oh! And I'm like, oh my god, I only now put together, they're aware that I'm about to end them.
I mean, I'm thinking about that character design. Yeah, there's a certain speed at which...
It's like the Linkara gift running at 700 times speed, and he weighs 3 times as much.
Someone made a mod for Half-Life 2 where it puts in all the sound effects and abilities of Pizza Tower. I'll link you a clip of that afterwards because I think it really communicates the energy. Like taking it outside the context of Pizza Tower just makes it a horror game.
Right. But yeah, one thing worth noting. Bob and I are woefully uneducated on Wario Land games.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm coming at this from the perspective of having never played those, thus my comparison being Metroid.
It's really only like 4. Like the transformations are like a thing that's in 2 and 3.
Mm-hmm.
But the like you hit the button and then you run back to the start of the level and there's secrets and treasure is really just a thing in 4.
Okay. Yeah.
Wario Land 3 is kind of like a weird, really slow Metroidvania with like split into separate areas that are like larger than a normal linear level, but smaller than like a full game world.
Which one
Wario
is
Land
3?
3 is the Game Boy Color one.
Okay, I've seen that. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
And then 2 is like the way 2 works is like it'd be like level 1, do this, and there'll be like 2 ways to do it, and depending which way you do it will take you on a different story path.
Yes, which is really weird because those have impacts on endings.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, I do feel like I really missed out by not playing those. So you know what you have to do. You want to do Wario Land, right? The Paper Mario fans got what they wanted.
Yeah, just Dan, if you put up a Wario Land goal, do not include Master of Disguise. It's a piece of shit and not even actually a Wario game.
Yeah, isn't that the one made by someone else entirely?
And I think it was originally not a Wario game. And it's like, well, we have this thing we can turn into Wario.
Was that the DS one?
Yes.
Okay, I thought so.
Because we looked at the Wario Land games just to be like, oh, look, it'd be great if our Virtual Boy wasn't broken. Because it's like, there's Super Mario Land 3, Wario Land, right? That's the thing. And then the second game is the Virtual Boy one. The one that's not a weird spin-off a part of the Mario Land series is on the Virtual Boy. And I'm just like,
does the Mister have a Virtual Boy core?
it doesn't. It has people requesting one. So maybe we use an emulator for the first time in GigaBoots history.
Right.
That's probably not true. I bet there's a stream.
Probably.
I think when we first started on Twitch, we used an emulator to play Mega Man X2 just because we were fucking around. But yeah. Pizza Tower is really good. I'm so excited for tomorrow's stream of piss and pizza. But that's it. I'm done talking about that. I'm done talking about that. Chris, you know what else you and I have played, but these two have not? Bat Boy.
How'd you like the fetish boss?
Fucking out of the gate.
That's insane.
It's the only thing about that game I remember. It is so unremarkable outside of that one thing. It's like, oh, it's Shovel Knight, but worse.
I'll get to that, but let's focus on the fetish boss. You get like maybe 1 to 2 levels into this game, and then it's like, hey, here's this secret mystery boss. Their level's called Sweet Tooth. You do some hard platforming and get there, and then they're a big lady, and you're like, okay, that's not weird. And then they become a big lady, and they get their power from eating food that they butt stomp out of the ground. And they crush you with their butt. When Chris was describing this, I'm like, I'm gonna go into this and I'm gonna just entertain that maybe you're not terminally online and too aware, right? It could be conceived and consumed in a way that doesn't. No.
There is that state of mind. If I don't look for the fetish, the fetish won't be there. And oftentimes that works.
Yeah.
And sometimes no, because the fetish is there.
Yeah,
sometimes it's Mario and Luigi Bowser's Inside Story.
Yeah. Sometimes it involves Bowser's big hole. Other times it involves me playing Street Fighter 6 online and losing to Jury. Oh boy. That's all I'm going to say about that boss. We're moving on. My comments largely line up with Chris's. And additionally, Chris, I don't know if this was the case on PC. The PS5 version seemingly is busted. You know how NES games, older traditional console games, have tile sets? The levels are made of squares of assets.
Yes.
There are seams in the squares. It happens on and off throughout the entire game, and as you scroll, it will flicker lines showing the separations in literally everything in the game.
I don't remember if that happened during when I played it.
Not a single trophy triggered in my nearly 100%ed playthrough. The only thing I was missing is the animals you can find in levels. I got literally everything else and not one trophy triggered. They've known about the trophy problem since forever ago and have not fixed it. God. No response from the developer, seemingly. So, yeah. Not only do I feel like I played Shovel Knight, but derogatory, I also maybe played the bad version of Batboy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really unfortunate. And you know why it's even more unfortunate than listener / aggro? Bob paid for it.
Oh,
So he hasn't even played this thing. I'm preambling with it. By the way, this is not great. It is also the clearly bad version of this.
Very excited.
can't wait.
There's some neat parts to it though. I like some of the character designs. I like most of the writing all right. And then as Chris said, so I will say it again because it needs to be stressed. It is the year 2023. Do not, especially if it's forced and does not segue naturally in your dialogue or situation, write an over 9,000 joke into your video game.
Yep. That's
Because it made no sense here.
Forget vote. That joke can not only vote, it has already gone to college, realized it picked the wrong degree, and gotten depression.
It didn't transition to that joke at all. It just, they went, he looks strong, say it.
Yeah, it's literally like, he looks so strong, his strength must be over 9,000. It's like on that level.
If there was a metric for power levels in this game, if there was any way that joke could have worked.
You know how they say there are no bad ideas in a pitch meeting?
Yeah?
There's a limit.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's definitely on the short list of if you say this, we just throw you out the window like that guy in the webcomic.
I honestly would have more respect for them if they had a character say, "You're the man now, dog."
Yes!
Yeah, that would have been great.
Especially if it was like an older character.
Mm-hmm.
They said that would have been great. But yeah, no, it's really funny. The opening shot of it has them outside of a Japanese high school at night with the gates and everything, and I'm like, that looks exactly like the shot from the second Urusei Yatsura movie. But that's something I'm bringing to it. And I bring it up with Bob, and it's like, yeah, they're a little inspired by the Rumiko Takahashi stuff and other things. And I was like, okay, so that's not just my damage coming. Okay, that's good. Batboy is neat. Is Batboy great? Probably not, especially the version I played.
maybe I'll put off playing it until December. Be like, they're gonna fix it. They got until the end of this month.
Really? You're just gonna play that game with them? You're just like, I don't blink, motherfucker. Okay, feel free, man. Maybe they will. Maybe they will. I doubt it.
I know. I really doubt it too because we were launched in like May.
Yeah. But I wouldn't say Batboy was terrible. I would say of the two games, I was more disappointed by Gravity Circuit. But I also it's weird because there's a tone to the soundtrack in Batboy I appreciate because it's not your typical mainstream sounds for a retro, nostalgic sort of soundtrack. It almost sounds sad at times in a way that builds in properly. Whereas Gravity Circuit was anything but that. You may recall earlier in this podcast, I referenced to last week's podcast where I described that as Sega CD soundtrack because they went, look, we could put anything on a CD. Whereas Batboy, I think it's neat. Soundtrack wise. Obviously, I have a huge soft spot for Game Boy Color assets, so Gravity Circuit's winning out on that front. This was complicated because someone on Twitter asked me which would I recommend, and I'm like, and I don't know. I don't know that I could have either. They're both disappointing to me, but Batboy is only mildly disappointing until it makes the over 9,000 joke where I'm like, go to your room now. I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. Whereas Gravity Circuit, that was like a slope. Yeah. What's up?
I have a soft spot for that phrase. I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed.
Yeah.
Because my parents tried that one when they were angry.
Did it work?
I snorted. And then we never had that phrase again.
Oh, no.
Like when your mother is so obviously angry, she tries that line and you accidentally laugh in her face. And then she actually laughs too. And the situation diffused, but that was one of those moments between a parent and a child where you just never discuss it. This is a new phase of the relationship.
Oh, man. And now finally a game more than just me and Chris can talk about. I guess, we opened with that. But I guess I should stress, I didn't just play these games. I beat all 4 of these games we're talking about. Game of the year is coming.
He can feel it.
It'll be here soon.
It's really more like we're all plummeting towards it.
Yes, it feels like falling. Plummeting is a good word for it. I played and beat Pseudo Regalia. Pseudo Regalia is a game. Have you seen it, Aggro?
I mean, I've seen a caked up furry ass. Is that the thing we're talking about?
Yes, that's the game with the caked up furry ass.
That's roughly 90% of the screen at all times.
You say that, but it needs a photo mode.
See, that is gameplay as theming, and that's thoughtful game design.
The weird thing is she has a move like a butt stomp, but she slams the staff down, which is
Pogo
weird.
Stomp.
Yeah, it's a pogo stomp.
Well, I mean, one, of course, you're going to use a weapon for that if you have a weapon, and two, you've got to protect the moneymaker.
She has a weapon. She's very deadly with it. I see what you're doing. Yeah, she's like a bunny, cat, goat.
She's
girl.
a bunny goat. That seems to be what it is.
They say all 3 in the game.
They do.
Oh, do they? Okay.
All in one run-on sentence, and I laughed really hard.
It really is just the creator being like, yeah, I don't know.
Fuck
Who
you.
cares?
That's how you know a furry made it, because it's like, it's all that.
Yeah,
Right,
no,
yeah.
like furry is its own list of design traits independent from actual animal morphology.
Right.
Boy, I like Pseudo Regalia a lot, but if you're listening to this and think you should play it, wait until they put the map in.
Or, let me tell you my experience. I was playing the game, and I was cruising. I was going so fast. And then I noticed the further I got in the game, the more time I spent just being lost. And this was like, once I passed hour 3, that increasingly became more and more my time at an exponential rate, to the point where my last hour of play was 55 minutes. I'm not kidding. 55 minutes of me looking for one room where I knew what the room was. I knew why I needed to be there. I had the ability I needed for the thing. And then 5 minutes where I looked up a map online, instantly knew where it was, walked straight to it, got the thing, and then ended the game by going and fighting the final boss.
That's what I'm going to need to do, because I booted this game twice. First play session, I got a bunch of powers. I was flying. Second play session, which was last night, I got 2 powers, and I think went in a big circle no less than 17 times.
Yep.
Yeah.
You got to do it all in one sitting, because it's impossible otherwise.
Because once I realized that the slide jump into the kick gives you so much fucking momentum, you almost fly vertically.
Yes.
I was cruising, but I'm like, where the fuck do I go? More than once I had to go back to a save point because I got myself somewhere I couldn't leave.
Yeah,
I successfully Mario Odyssey platformed myself to somewhere I wasn't supposed to be yet and could not return from.
Yeah, I guess I should talk about that part. There is a point in this game where you can, through very clever platforming, almost definitely the exact thing Chris is talking about, get to an area, get a new ability, continues through that area, and then hit something that's impossible because how the fuck did you get here? I literally mulched myself against that for half an hour before I went, I'm not supposed to be here at all. That's why there's not a save point, because they don't put a save point past you going to the point of no return. So you're supposed to fully die, go back to the map, and find something else.
I just found this one area where I could get across the room. It wasn't even that clever platforming. It was just using the things that you smack and you get another jump.
Oh, yeah, no, then we got to a thing like that very differently.
I got, like, there's a room full of those, and I got to the other end of the room, and it's like, I can't do anything here. I can't figure out any way to get to where it wants me to go using my abilities. I guess I'll go back. Oh.
Yeah.
I can't.
My best way of describing Pseudo Regalia is if Mario 64 was made by a small Japanese development team for the PS1 in 1999, and it was the coolest game that nobody knew about.
Mm-hmm.
It has supremely PS1 vibes in the soundtrack. There's a lot of Symphony of the Night working itself in. There's a lot of sort of PS1 sound font sort of angles to it. It has superb vibes. And being lost in it was a delight. Until I ran every room, and this is not hyperbole, every room of the castle 4 times each, and then looked up a map.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, before I'm just gonna look up a map because I was at the point of I'll just go back to the start of the game and follow the left wall forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I understand that this is my brain damage, but like the first time I heard that you get lost in this game, I thought, oh, maybe this game has confusing area design and it's easy to get lost. The more I continue to hear about how you just get lost in this game all the time, the more my brain, without any consent or volition on my part, goes, I'm built different.
Right, of course.
No, this is that.
Wouldn't be me.
I noticed when you were playing it,
Yeah.
basically at the end of you playing it, I noticed you jump past something that was a platform you could have hit and then it'd fall down and make an easy way back.
Yeah.
And that's something you could have done at the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, you could just not do that.
You can. There's so much of this game you could just not do if you know exactly what you're doing.
Right.
Which is why us doing a streamed playthrough would be the funniest shit in the goddamn world.
It would.
Because it's nothing like a blind playthrough. Yeah. Aside from that, I guess for people who really don't know about Pseudo Regalia, I'll just say really like combat, which is great. I love games that have simple combat that's not overly involved. You know, it's like 3-hit combo, and you can get more reach if you build up a meter, and you can spend that meter to heal yourself. And like, these are really neat things. It's very platforming centric. You know, you have the slide jump. You have a triple jump that's bizarre in that you hit jump again in midair and do a kick move. Like literally you go like flying kick. And if you bump that into a wall, you kick off the wall and go higher. And you can do that up to 3 times. There's also that really weird thing Bob was trying to stress the importance of, which is that butt slam thing, the pole slam I was talking about. If you start that move but immediately hit jump, you could do a tiny backflip out of it that gives you a little bit more height and controls your direction.
Yeah,
that actually is very helpful because the thing I've been doing, did a lot in that game was I would pogo stomp for height, kick a wall, and then immediately do the backflip, which would get me on top of something I wasn't supposed to be able to get on top of.
Yep.
Yeah.
I cheese through most of the game like that.
Yeah. And it feels great.
Yeah.
Like, I love it. It really feels like this peak Dan Video Games game where this is the 3D platformer version of Bunny Must Die.
Yeah. I mean, like that, this sounds like Odyssey level execution.
Yeah. It has supreme vibes. It has like no over involvement in combat, but it's there. It has really cool platforming that asks a lot of you, but enables you immensely to the point where speed runs must look insane.
Yeah.
I love this game. It was great. It was a good game. It's only $6.
Yeah, it's $6.
It's only $6. That's practically free.
It's free real
Yeah,
estate.
and it's not, we don't mean on sale. We mean it's $6.
Period. Right.
Yeah, you can get this and Avengers for $10.
Or like this and a burger.
Right? Yeah, that's probably a better investment.
Oh man. Is it on Unreal? I did.
Yes.
I was like Googling stuff and they said it was Unreal Engine 5 and I had a moment of
You can tell, Dan, by looking at your taskbar and
Uh-huh.
seeing that the logo for the game is the Unreal logo engine and not a custom logo for the game.
See, here's my problem. I booted the game full screen and beat it in one sitting, so I never got to see that. I'm seeing chat. Can I get a Coke instead of Avengers, please? Yes, but it has to be the Y3000 Coke made by an AI. These are your only choices.
Oh yeah, we're not going to talk about this in news because it isn't gaming news. Microsoft, not Microsoft. I'm so used to saying Microsoft fucked up, and they both begin with M.
It's like when you yell the wrong child's name when you're
it's literally that episode of The Simpsons where she yells, "Bart, no!" And then Bart's like, "I'm right here." She's like, "Sorry, force of habit." McDonald's is planning to pull out all their self-service soda machines, which is frankly a war crime, and it's half the reason I go to McDonald's.
Right?
Same.
It's the thing.
Yeah. If I'm ever inside of a McDonald's, that is why. The McDonald's soda is peak fast food soda. They do so much to make it taste good. Like 99% of the reason I went to McDonald's prior to the pandemic was just because the soda had free refills. You take that machine away, it's like, man, we really are heading towards a dystopia. And I know that's an insane metric to be like, this is how we know it's the end times. But for me, it's perfectly sane, actually. Do you know how much soda I consume? Do you know how soda is my only real addiction in life? I could quit most things, including food, before soda. That sucks. That sucks so bad. Bob, did you have anything else you wanted to say about Pseudo Regalia?
No, it's almost certainly going to be in my top 10, though.
I'm soul bound to this dev. I need to follow this person on Twitter. I need to make sure I get notified the second they make anything else or update this game, because I'm jonesing for another playthrough. What a dope game.
I hope they polish it up enough to get it on consoles.
It better.
I imagine if they add a map, switch out the font, which I don't think would be allowed to be used in a console game. Just adjust the UI a little bit.
I
don't know, like a serpent something crypt. What is that
Crypt
thing?
of the Nurker? Oh my God. Crypt of the Serpent King 4K remaster?
Yeah. Like, if that can be on console, I don't see anything stopping Pseudo Regalia.
And Bat Boys trophies didn't even fucking work, so clearly the bar is lower than ever.
One, I don't think Xbox Live Indie arcade games exist anymore.
No, that Crypt of the Serpent King actually is a Xbox Live Indie game. Like, that thing is so jank. It's like somebody went, what if I wanted to look like Skyrim in a still image? But I was the cheapest piece of crap anyone could make.
I'm looking at this. Oh my God, this is like something that would be like a class project in a high school.
Yes. But now in 4K. And hey, you know what? As much shit as we're talking, it's trophies work.
I mean, that's half the reason they made it.
So in my honorable mentions, we're gonna put Crypt of the Serpent King 4K remastered above Bat Boy. It's that much closer to being on the top.
Bat Boy's trophies don't work either?
None of them triggered. I basically 100% of the game.
Maybe this is some fucked up thing on Sony's end.
Yeah, it's called not checking that shit works before you let them publish. God.
Because that seems like an A bug. That seems like you don't chip.
You're right.
Yeah, absolutely.
It should be, frankly. Yeah. Anyway, last thing on Pseudo Regalia. I'm really curious if Pseudo Regalia, like the intensity of running that game 4K 120, which is how I played it, is high enough where they wouldn't want to enable that on PS5, because the game is visually is very stripped down.
Right.
It's very basic.
Like it ran 120 on my machine even.
Yeah, but you're doing 1440p.
That's true, which I assume that they just do that.
It's barely a game. Like its visuals are so basic. Like you're basically
it's a PS1 game.
Yeah, like there's no way this can't hit 4K 120 on PS5.
Yeah, I really hope so, because that's a great way to play things, and that's where I want games to go.
I played it at 144 hertz at 1440p. And my PC is distinctly weaker than a next-gen console.
Yeah, if I remember, his is a 2060, which means your 1080 Ti is more powerful. So clearly, if that's the case, then there should be enough wiggle room through architecture efficiencies and other things,
right,
to get 4K 120. Nice. Because man, I shit you not. You know how everyone, like, people assume those people on Twitter are joking, where they're like, I want worse games that are shorter that I pay more money for, so that way devs can live. I want PS1 games made in Unreal Engine that are moderate in length and cheap.
Yep.
That's all I ever wanted.
You see, somebody needs to be like, what if we just make a game in 2023 using Unreal Engine 5 that looks exactly like Mega Man Legends?
Right! Somebody this year said they were doing that, and then they shipped a game that wasn't that. Still haven't played it. Maybe it's good. But it ain't Mega Man Legends. It fucking turned into Mega Man X7 somewhere along the development timeline.
And for the record, I don't mean looks like Mega Man Legends, but with more detail. I mean, at most, it runs at a higher, of course, it runs at a higher resolution and frame rate. But in terms of even the textures.
Right.
Textures, models. And I want a house that's a fucking box.
There is that one guy working
on.
I can't remember what it's called, but it looks pretty good, and it's being made on Unity though. So he came out this week to be like, I can't stop now. I'm almost done.
Him responding to that announcement. I'm not finished. I'm not done yet.
You mean Gloomwood? Are you talking about Gloomwood?
I mean, a number of devs would fit the description of what Bob said, but you're specifically referencing someone doing a Legends-esque style.
Right, you play as a robot girl who's got white armor and I believe green hair.
I'm seeing Delta Gal.
Delta Gal, I'm pretty sure is right.
Okay. See, this is a benefit of chat. The disadvantage of chat is when they say Ken Lynch 2, Dan, and I'm like, okay, chat, I'll trust you.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. Yes, that is what I want.
Right?
Yeah. I need people to understand. To think about. And this is a very minor example. I'm just talking about within the scope of 8th gen. Do you think games now are significantly more mechanically complex than the start of 8th gen? I don't think they are.
The start of 8th gen felt like 7th gen still. But if we talk about the main of 8th gen, right? Like the middle point.
Talking about let's 2015, 16, 17.
When shit started lighting up in 2017. Let's cut it there because that's when you get your Nier Automatas. That's when you almost get your Kingdom Hearts. That's when you get these games that are giant spaces with mechanically complex things going on in them. It's a dream.
Games in every way but visuals have been pretty stagnant for 5-6 years. And just the visual fidelity increase has made them cost 5 times as much and take twice as long to make.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think it takes a super genius to look at the diminishing returns chart and be like, there's a point that we needed to stop and it was further back than this.
Yeah, I mean, there's also a layer of this where we can get richer experiences by asking more of the player, and AAA games are too fucking afraid to do that. They're getting better about it, I feel. We are better than it was in the past about, no, these are the mechanics of the game. You should get better at them. We have a menu to make the whole game easier if you're just not willing.
Right.
Because, there's a rich and textured experience to be had by the game ever expecting you to do fucking anything.
Yeah.
Pseudo Regalia is definitely a game that expects you to do some shit because it's fucking
Mario
crazy.
Odyssey expects you to do shit when Nintendo's biggest IP is we kind of expect you to do some clever shit with this platforming we designed. It's nobody else has an excuse.
Well, the benefit with Mario Odyssey is that they made so many shines that you can go do a baby one if the hard one's hard.
Yeah, Mario Odyssey has a low floor and a high-ass ceiling.
Right. Which, man, that high-ass ceiling feels so good. I'm so excited to play that game on the Switch, too. I hope it runs, perfectly. Oh, my God. I literally haven't played it since it came out, and I just dive-bombed the whole thing and cried.
I played it 4 times since it came out, because I'm wow, what a cool-ass game.
Any day now with Switch Pro, you guys.
Yeah.
I dumped a lot of hours into watching speedrunners play multiplayer mod hide and seek.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's great.
But yeah, that's what I want. I want PS1 and PS2 games made by small teams on reasonable timelines with graphics that are serviceable.
Right.
That have good art styles. That have
that's always so much more important than we have the highest red textures. We built a million things into the environment. And it's but
yeah, it's just man, guys, you need to like some of Kroby Cat's videos are funny, but you need to tell him to fuck off. You need to just not care if he makes a video about your game because it's like, oh well, that rock wall isn't high enough fidelity. I'm like, fuck off, it's a rock wall. How long are you gonna stare at it, you asshole?
I don't know that that's ever been used like that, frankly. Like, I don't know that Kroby Cat's videos have ever made it back to a dev and then they've been like, oh fuck,
It's
we're
more the
destroyed.
mindset. It's more the mindset, like you get those freaks on Twitter who are like, I touched the apples and they didn't realistically roll around.
Well, the funny thing is those people would be happy if you did that and it was a lower fidelity. Like, I think a lot of people who have this problem, and weirdly enough, the GTA 4, GTA 5 comparison video from Kroby Cat actually does touch on this, like, through what it shows, is that games got fucking dumb. Like, we stopped simulating as much cool shit and weird interactive bullshit in games in order to make them prettier.
Right.
Because if you need to do certain things with the thing, you can't model them as pretty. It's complicated.
Yeah, everything like scope and everything has gone down because, well, visual fidelity.
Yeah, it's a weird inversion where we need high action games to have lower fidelity, and let's just push all that money at walking simulators so they can stop having to be like low res and stylistic. If I'm going to listen to a narrator pontificate on some bullshit, I want to see every leaf on that goddamn tree.
No, it's true. That is very true. But that's it. I'm done talking about Pseudo Regalia.
Okay.
We're going to move on. I think I knocked out all the games because I did get the Starfield yet again.
Dan, how could you?
It'll happen this next week because I think all that's left is Star Wars Jedi Survivor, that Mega Man Legends allegedly thing that came out earlier this year if I feel like cramming it in, but I can really do that anytime in the next 3 months. I don't feel like there's a rush there.
I don't think there's any way that's going to be on a top 10 list.
I wouldn't know. I haven't checked it out enough. Hey, Bob.
Hey, what's up?
What have you been playing?
I played some stuff too. Like Sea of Stars. I finally picked it up. I've actually been enjoying it a good bit. It is very directly Chrono Trigger inspired. But I like a lot of what they've done with how you can explore the world, the levels. So there's actually, like, if you go up to a ledge, you can climb it.
Yeah.
You can jump across ledges, kind of like, it kind of reminds you of Ocarina of Time in a way, because there's so much like happening with the depths of these levels. And also Golden Sun, because you really quickly get like a push move, and that's used for moving blocks around and solving literally Zelda puzzles with the blocks. You get a grappling hook, which lets you, there's like actual stuff in the stage to move around with it. But then also use it as an attack on enemies. So if you see an enemy in the environment, you can grapple over to him, do a hit on him, and then it makes it like gives you a boost for the beginning of the battle. Because in this game, there's this mechanic where when you hit an enemy with a regular attack, they pop out mana orbs, and then you can absorb that to make your attack stronger.
Right.
But yeah, I've been having a lot of fun with it. The story isn't great, but it's all like pretty by the numbers. But I'm enjoying it just because it's like, yeah, I'll eat up your tropes, sure.
Yeah.
They also have really cool effects in it. Like, you'll go through a cavern with crystals, and this is all a pixel art game, but they'll use like a 3D effect to make it like warp you in the environment when you go behind the crystal. Like, it'll actually refract the light.
Nice.
There's also day and night changing. Like, you get a power to actually do that on the fly. And it has a lighting system for the whole game. So you see the sun move across this environment, even though it's all 2D pixel art.
Wow.
And the changes to the music as you do it.
Are there wolves?
There are not wolves. No wolves.
I wanted to see the wolves again.
And they do that for similar effects for when there's fog. So you walk through the pixelated fog and it disperses naturally. I'm like, this is really neat looking. Some of the music is hit or miss. Like, I really like some of the tracks, like the combat music. And then they actually got the
Yasunori Mitsuda.
Yeah, the Chrono Trigger guy to do a track, and that is great and kind of makes the rest of the soundtrack look bad.
That is the risk.
Yeah. Because you get to that area and they make it like a really beautiful Chrono Trigger or Chrono Cross inspired like coral reef sort of thing.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, man, it isn't getting better than this, is it?
Yeah, it's like the brightness on the game went up, and you're like, oh, it's so colorful and bright, and the whole rest of the game, they ramp it down. Like, oh, I'm depressed now.
Yeah, I honestly wonder if they only got him for that one track. I'm not sure. I don't think I've heard anything else that sounded like on that level.
I mean, Scars of Time is kind of like one of the peak songs of ever.
Yeah.
So, like...
But the combat's been pretty neat. Like, I've really enjoyed it. It really is. If you don't get that many moves, but it kind of feels like a puzzle you're always doing. So you're always feel engaged in what you need to do, what it's asking of you. Mm-hmm. Like Chris was talking about how they have those things where you break the enemy to like you do in like Octopath, where they have like, okay, you need to hit him with a blunt attack and a fire attack. Mm-hmm. But that's not to like make him vulnerable. It's literally, oh, I have a move coming. If you can hit me with these things, I won't do that move.
Right.
And it's for special moves that are like usually more powerful, but some of them just aren't. So you know that I can just ignore him and try and kill someone else while he's doing that.
Is it? That sounds like Saga. Is this a Saga game?
No, it is not like Saga.
Oh, okay. You don't have a giant turn order thing at the bottom, and it shows like, oh, if you do this, it'll knock me back to the chain.
No, it doesn't do that. Instead, it has each enemy has a number above them that counts down.
Okay.
So each time you do a turn, they get to like go down a tick.
Honestly, I find that a bit more readable than looking down the line, but you know.
The only problem
it's
I've had
also
with
round based, like it resets each round. So if you break an enemy when they're casting a spell, they just don't get to act that round.
Right.
Mm-hmm. That's cool.
The only issue I've had with it is sometimes you'll have like 4 enemies right next to each other. So all those little tickers will be right next to each other, and I'm not 100% sure which one's associated with which enemy.
That has happened to me. I have gotten a game. I got a game over before I quit. I got a game over because I'm like, oh, I hit the wrong guy.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've only actually had it interfere with me like once.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but it is really annoying.
The specter of it is
right.
Uh-huh.
You have to really pay attention and be like, okay, I'm on to you.
Nice try, Satan. You were saying something about the save points like fully heal you, which Pseudo Regalia does the same, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, they're pretty frequent save points, and they have like, it's a book to save and like a campfire, and they always put them next to each other. In the campfire, you can cook food, which are your health items, and just heal instantly. So that...
Does the food look like Vanillaware?
It doesn't look that good, but it does have a cooking animation for each one. So it'll like just have, not an animation really, like 3 different frames of the progress of cooking it. So it's like, this cool. frame of all this ingredients on the plate, then a frame of the knife hitting it, and then it going in the pot. And then, yeah.
Cool.
And it's been a lot of fun.
So you've been playing that on PS5, right?
Yes.
And you backed it?
No,
you did.
I did not back it.
You didn't back this. You backed Eiyuden.
I backed Eiyuden. I wish I had backed this because I think it would have been cheaper than buying it now. And I considered doing it at the time, but I think it launched at the same time as Eiyuden or something. It was right next to some other big Kickstarter I did back.
I'm pretty sure it is exactly that. I think they both launched around the same time, and I mixed them up just now because of that.
Yeah, that would make sense because it was a fairly long time for both of them.
I don't know. Compared to modern games, it seemed like a speed run.
Yes,
yeah,
but, you know,
exactly. March 2020. So there you go, Bob.
Wow,
the same 3 months, 4 months.
Right,
they both hit Kickstarter.
Because I think it was August for Eiyuden.
July.
July, yeah.
Yeah, because it's been 3 years and 2 months since Eiyuden. Man, in that amount of time, we sure have just gotten more content for Bloodstained.
Yep.
I would love a sequel to Bloodstained. That would be neat.
Every time I get an email, like, an update on your Bloodstained Kickstarter. Like, what?
Stop it.
Guys,
do something else.
Right, it's okay. It's done.
No.
Sweetie.
No.
I'm sure glad we're through this fucking era of Kickstarter games where they feel compelled to have a billion fucking stretch goals, many of which are stupid and contradictory to what the game is.
Yeah. I don't think Eiyuden or CSRs did that.
No, as far as I know, none of the high profile ones since have done that. I can think of.
I did like find the Kickstarter area in CSR. It's literally just like, you can go here if you want. It's not necessary. We made 100 graves thousands of gravestones for each person who kickstarted it.
I mean, that's kind of impressive.
That's cool. I was gonna say one of the main reasons that kept happening in Kickstarters is because of Ben Judd, because he was the guy who convinced Keiji Inafune to do a Kickstarter and helped come up with the ideas and on a production end, and then he went over to Bloodstained and helped them come up with the bad ideas.
No multiplayer stuff in your single player game. Just don't do it.
And then he said a bunch of slurs.
And then he said a bunch of slurs. He's like, okay, everyone, I can see you're not ready for my material. I'm going to leave. And then he just turned around and walked to the back, but he's still there. And everyone's like, we can see you. He's like, no, I'm no longer at the company. Feel free to give them your money. And then he just kept staring at the curtain behind him.
He turns the light off, hoping that you don't notice him still standing there.
Yeah, the fucking light dims slightly. So I'm glad that era has ended with Kickstarters. Because in no world did Bloodstained Ritual of the Night need an online multiplayer mode.
No. Oh yeah, this has animated cutscenes, which I didn't expect.
Oh really?
Yeah, they're really short, and they don't have they're very PS1 style of there's music, there's not sound effects. I can't do that.
I was wondering if it was going to be like, WayForward got triggered to do a Shantae game.
Yeah,
the one that you and Chris were disappointed in, right?
Right. Yeah, no, it's nothing like the WayForward ones where it's like, oh man, these are great.
Yeah.
This is much more like these are here and that's cool.
It should cut to a CG PS1 cutscene.
It would have been good.
That would have been.
Holy shit.
That would have been perfect. We outsourced it to a guy. It's like the Blizzard North situation with Diablo 1. They had a CG studio that set it up to, and they made the ending. And the people making Diablo go, why the fuck would he stick the soul stone in his head? That's stupid.
For seeing stars, I'm thinking of that Dorkly video that was making fun of Final Fantasy, where like they're using pixel art for the characters, and then they cut to a PS1 CG cutscene.
That'd be really good. Did you have anything else you wanted to say about Sea of Stars?
Not really. It seems to be really long. I think I put like 20 or so hours into it at least.
According to your PS5, you put 20 or so hours into it before the end of your last play session. Significantly.
Yeah, my PS5 was saying 30. I was like, it's probably not quite 30, but it's close. And it's still not done, and it feels like there will be at least a little bit more.
So it's going good.
Yeah, it's going good.
I'm
enjoying that.
It's going good. What else did you play?
Oh, yes, I play other games.
I was like, what the fuck? I know you have other games to talk about, motherfucker.
I played Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis.
I played Final Fantasy VII, and ever since it's been a crisis. Bob, I hate you. Tell me about Ever Crisis.
For those who don't know, this is the mobile version of Final Fantasy VII.
Okay, there's a really important question I need answered up front. Is Ever Crisis 1 or 2 words?
2 words is what I wrote down as.
Okay.
I believe that's how it's written.
It seems like it would be 1.
Let me see. I played it on my tablet, so
he can play it right now, and Aggro can look at it and nod and wow, Bob, that's really cool. I'm glad you played Ever Crisis.
It's taking me to the title screen now. Let's see. Come on.
Ever Crisis.
It seems to be 2 separate words.
Okay, great. Awesome.
It's hard to tell with that kerning.
Yeah, no, the kerning is definitely really weird where everything is super separated. But it looks like a little more.
There's a little bit bigger of a gap.
Yeah, it's like when someone has a little bit of a separation in their front teeth, that's what the logo looks like. Just the slightest gap. Tell me about the mobile game Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis.
Okay. First off, it looks very nice.
Cool.
It's got like...
You're playing this on an iPad Pro?
Yes.
M1?
So like
Fancy.
This is basically the best way you can play this game.
Yeah. Probably because I bet it arbitrarily won't run on a Mac.
Well, yeah, of course not. Why would it do that?
Shut the fuck up. I'll kill you.
It looks like it's using just slightly downgraded versions of the models they made for
7 Remake. Yeah. Wow.
And then, like, when you get to walk around the overworld, which is not much, not much at all.
Yeah.
It's like high-res versions of the classic Final Fantasy VII models. Like
Okay.
imagine those big blocky models, but with higher res textures on them and maybe double the polygons.
They got some subsurface skin shattering, shattering, skin shattering. Your engine supports what? Okay.
Unfortunately, this game tries to fool you.
Okay.
It opens up, lets you do the entire first mission of Final Fantasy VII, the bombing run.
Uh-huh.
And like you walk around the area, you do the battles just like you would in Final Fantasy VII.
Okay.
That finishes. Then you are immediately taken to the gotcha screen where it's like, yeah, no, this is a gotcha game. Here's all the here's the 2 different currencies. Here's the weird menu selection to go to the next mission, and all sorts of weird nonsense.
So what are you rolling for? Clout Strife God?
You're rolling for new weapons for the characters.
Gross.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I did the first few missions. We go back to the bar. We warp to the bar.
Okay.
You'd have one cutscene where you're talking to Eris out in the street. She gives you the flower. You fight a random guy, and then you're materialized in the bar.
You okay. All right. All right.
No, hang on. Like, by fight a random guy, do you mean like a Shinra soldier? Or,
Yes, it is.
or
No,
like some guy in the street. You just fist fight him in front of Eris.
Square Enix's Russell Crowe fighting around the world.
And then you do a bunch of filler missions. It's like you talk to the people in the bar and you fight a random Shinra guy for no reason. They're like, hey, remember when you fought that guy? And it's like, what? And then Jesse's like,
it's a gotcha game.
I built this VR thing so you can fight a guy. I'm like, why did you do this?
Yeah, it's a gotcha game. It's for super fans to play and say it's good, and no normal person ever plays it.
Yeah,
Like, it's literally a reskin of the Nier one. Like, it is by the same people. It is a reskin of the same systems.
It's so frustrating because they lead with that fooling you by letting you walk around an environment and stuff, and it's like that's hardly in the game. I eventually got, like, when you go to the second reactor, it let me walk around one screen of that place, and then we did a boss fight.
Gross.
So yeah, I can't recommend this at all.
Well, you know how Square Enix mobile games have maybe a short track record sometimes?
Yeah.
Where they just appear and then disappear?
I'm like, no, they have a long track record of being short.
Huh? That's true.
The Nier
feel
one
like
has survived to this point, so I assume that sheer brand power will probably keep this one alive a little longer. than
I
others.
feel like
Didn't they
there
announce
might
the ends of life for that game already? I could have sworn that was up for a few
Nier
weeks.
Reincarnation. I think
Yeah.
no, I think they announced a different one that was ending.
Okay.
Well, I feel like this might have some jet fuel that might help it melt those steel. It's running on Unity.
Oh,
what?
Yeah.
I just figured they just used Unreal because they already had
because they were already
in that system. That's
Well,
weird.
Well, Nier Reincarnation also uses Unity. It's made by this wasn't made by Square Enix.
No.
It was made by a third party that they just got to make it for them, reskinning one of their bullshit. I think you were thinking of Sino Alice that is getting end of life, because that's the thing Yoko Taro writes for, but it is not Nier branded.
Okay.
It's its own thing.
Yeah, that's probably.
But it's probably also a part of everything else.
I mean,
Probably.
I think literally some characters are like, here's the dragon from Drakengard, but it's a person. Like, I think
Yeah,
that was
of
some of the
course.
units they showed.
Of
But
course.
yeah, that's closing down in November.
So, Bob,
Yeah, what's up?
would you recommend Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis?
Absolutely not.
Oh, really?
They also, for some reason, it's only Japanese voice acting. And there's hardly any voice acting, so it would have been literally like, I don't know, 30 lines.
I mean, the first soldier bombed, so maybe they're just feeling a little more reticent to go all in on this.
Maybe, but they even put, like, I don't know why. They put first soldier like characters in this.
I did see that tweeted image from you, and I stared at it trying to figure out what the deal was.
Which apparently they're brand new characters. They have some new story that they've written just for
Okay.
this. They're not actually from that other mobile game.
Okay.
They're just some other super generic dudes. There's also, this thing has like weird young Sephiroth stuff, like has more of his backstory when he was a kid or something.
Yeah, that's something they did for this.
I'm not going to get to it, and I hope that they don't ever reference it again.
Bob, does that sound like the extended Final Fantasy VII canon to you?
No. This feels like it's one of those Kingdom Hearts things where they'll put it in some mobile game everyone on Earth hates, except the sickos who love it.
Well, I mean,
and then they'll reference it heavily.
I mean,
that didn't even happen in Kingdom Hearts. Literally every single thing from the mobile game they reference is in that movie they put in the collections. They don't reference shit outside.
Yeah,
that.
I was gonna say most of the references they actually did deliver in Kingdom Hearts seemed like the most minor. You literally would only pick up that it mattered,
right?
At all.
That's true.
If you had experienced that,
which is what you need to do, and I'm always fine with that. Please, the sickos are satisfied with such a small thing. They'll have like a picture of young Sephiroth on a wall somewhere, and then all the sickos will do the Leonardo DiCaprio point, and then everybody else will move on with their life.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
It'll probably be that if it's anything.
Right.
Which who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
I don't know how committed they are to
or
this.
they'll release the young Sephiroth compilation movie in 2 years.
Right, they could always do that.
Let me be clear. I'm more interested than that. That I
Oh,
have
I'm
remake
much-
2 or 3. That would be the funniest shit in
It
the world to
would.
make a whole movie that's like baby Sephiroth.
Yeah, have you seen the design for young Sephiroth?
No.
It's hilarious.
No, I'm gonna look this up. And I'm gonna type literally baby Sephiroth. And I'm just gonna put on screen whatever Google brings.
I worry about what that will bring up.
Okay, maybe I won't, but this is funny as shit.
young Sephiroth is very funny because you go, well, yeah, I guess it makes sense. He didn't come out of the womb with that hair.
Right.
So I guess there must have been a point where he had shorter hair, but it's still weird to see.
I like the top return is Reddit saying, one moment. My Windows PC is Windows PCing. Okay, here we go. It is Reddit saying, young Sephiroth is just hope. I get why they would say that. I get why they would say that. That's very funny.
They have very, as someone who just played Final Fantasy 13, they have very different fucking faces.
But did you play 13.3?
Yeah, that is the 13-2 design where he's all aged up. And that does look closer.
Yeah. That's really funny. He looks so sad in that picture.
He's in 13-2.
Fair.
But I heard 13.2 was better than 13.
It is the best 13 game.
Yeah, 13.2 is the best 13th game because 13.3 isn't a 13 game, basically.
I guess we should move on.
Sure, yeah.
I played Disgaea 7 because they just were like, hey, this game's out in 2 weeks. Do you want to play it now? I'm like, I don't have time for that. But then I booted it up anyway.
Oh, smart.
Oh, it's the demo, right?
Yeah, the demo. It literally just lets you play the beginning of the game, though. Like, I think it had the first 2
Yeah, it's like
chapters
the- it's
entirely.
like the
Fucking
Disgaea
love
6.
prologue
It's like
demos.
Does this
It's like the
save carry
Disgaea
on?
6 demo.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Good.
Every single transfer's over. It's fine.
that's
They
great.
fixed it, right? You don't gain 300 levels in your first battle, right?
No, you do not. I played through the
Thank
first
fucking God.
chapter. I think I'm on level 5 or something.
That was the thing that really killed Disgaea 6 for me. It's like, you've made it so granular, I get no brain chemicals from leveling up. In a Disgaea game, it is unspeakable how much you fucked up if that's the case. That's all that franchise has.
Yes.
Well, it also has good designs and goofy stories, but it needs the brain chemicals to carry those things.
Oh man, Pizza Tower versus Disgaea 7 for funniest game of the year.
I'm enjoying the story of this game a good bit. One of the main 2 characters is the whole game's set in ancient Japan, but the Disgaea universe version of that where it's themed and stuff.
Yeah.
So one of the 2 main characters is an otaku who's come to Japan and very disappointed.
Fuck. Oh no.
Yeah.
I want this game now.
Right? Like, whoops.
There went 80 hours of my life, at least.
And her other quirk is she's constantly getting sayings wrong. so they just come out as bizarre strings of words, and the person she's talking to has to like piece it together into like, oh, you mean like this?
Wow.
I wish I had. Well, I took pictures on my PS5, and I saw they'd go to the mobile app, but I didn't have that feature turned on.
Yeah,
Oh, you didn't turn that on.
You have to go into the media thing and select move to app, and then they'll be in the app for like 14 days.
Oh my god, come on!
No.
Why is it like this?
I have no fucking clue.
$120 a year.
Right?
Steam meanwhile is like, you want me to just tweet all this bullshit? Yes.
I can get
punish
canceled
them
right
for
now.
following me.
But a lot of those have been delightful. The story does seem like it's going to be fun. They quickly introduce the other main character, who's like a tough samurai type guy, who's actually a deadbeat who doesn't want to do anything. And they've introduced his alleged daughter, who can. She shows up and vaporizes an entire castle, and then he explains, no, I've been running from her because they keep charging me the bill for what she breaks.
Oh. Understandable.
So that's been cool. As far as mechanical stuff, the leveling is much more sane, like we were just going over. But they also, it feels like the gold, like the money is a lot more like brought down too. Like I can hardly afford buying new weapons after I finish a battle. Like I'm able to heal up because that takes money, but I'm not gaining enough money to continue buying weapons. And some part of that is it takes money now to make troops, whereas it used to take mana, which you got mana just from killing guys. And that would mean when you had a character use their mana, they would, when you make the troop, they're like a disciple of them, so they get inherited skills and stuff. And now it's totally separated out, and you just cash to get new characters.
So there's no mana at all anymore?
No, mana is still there. It's used for all the other stuff in the Dark Assembly, which is like all the stuff that's always been like, oh, I want to jump higher.
Yeah, I want to jump higher. I want to pass a bill. Yada yada.
Right.
It's weird to totally separate that out.
Yeah, I have to wonder how that's going to work out, but it seems fine for now. And there seems to be a bunch of more returning classes, and there was a brand new class, the Bandit, which is like the male counterparts to the Thief that's always been in them, which I don't believe has been there before. Like I don't remember seeing this character design at all. So.
I think there was actually. Do they have like a shitty bandana?
They have like the goggles, like a Digimon protagonist.
Oh, they're like this is new. There was a guy thief in Disgaea 1, but it looks like this is like a redo of that idea. I'm really glad that they brought back the different sexes for classes, because that actually was a part of Disgaea 6 that annoyed me a lot, where it's just like, well, it's 3D and we have to remake all these fucking assets, so
yeah,
it's the whatever one is most popular is now the only one there is.
Yeah, that was weird and frustrating, but hey, it feels like this will be the good one.
Yeah, when Chris was like, did they fix the major problem with 6? And I'm like, yeah, this one's $60, right? Instead of
that
70.
Too.
Yeah.
Nisa sure fucking was out of pocket with that shit.
Yep.
Yeah, luckily they got decked in the face immediately. Like, okay, all right.
Okay, we're not the same game as God of War Ragnarok. We'll sit down now.
They seem to have gotten their ass beat a lot lately, because that Marl Kingdom collection also finally shipped on everything, and then they were like, but we're still not putting Rhapsody on PS5. I'm like, fuck you. You better be lying, and you just don't have it done yet.
Yeah, it's so weird to have the sequel to Rhapsody on PS5, but not Rhapsody.
I think it's two sequels.
Yeah, that's
and not only did they translate these games that had never been done before, I think they dubbed them. Which that I would never have expected at all. Because I remember I'm seeing like God, I forget who, like Allegra Clark or somebody posting like, I voiced this character in Marl Kingdoms Chronicles, and I'm like, what? They dubbed that?
Yeah, that's insane. I was just happy to have a dub for Disgaea 7. I guess that they're not afraid if they're doing that.
Disgaea 6 had a dub.
Yes. Yeah, no, they haven't flinched yet, which is great. I just always worry that this
As
guy
a Blaze Blue fan.
Yeah, Disgaea 6 didn't sell as well as the others. Maybe we stopped dubbing them. That sort of thing.
That's what we learned.
Nisa, for all their fucking faults, and there are many. I'm not going to go into it because I don't need to pull out my fucking scroll and let it unroll and unroll and unroll. They really obviously understand, hey, people want dubs, and not only that, they want the original, they want the voice actors back, even if it's been a long time. Whenever Aggro gets to Trails of Cold Steel 4, a character's going to show up voiced by Johnny Young Bosch, and I'm said, yeah, they voiced that character 15 years ago. The game wasn't even dubbed. He just did barks.
Fuck yeah. That's the good shit.
When does Disgaea 7 come out? Do you know?
I believe it's October 1st or 3rd, somewhere between
Third,
those.
I think.
Of course it is.
Third.
Of course.
Yeah, I believe it's the same day or 2 days away from
Silent Hope.
that and Assassin's Creed Mirage, another game I've already said I'm buying.
Oh, cool, great. Oh, this is so good. I'm just gonna eat 2 whole JRPGs simultaneously.
Yeah, that's gonna be easy.
Local man dies of consumption?
I also tried the Silent Hope demo.
You've betrayed me. Okay, Bob, tell me about that cake I haven't eaten.
That explains. I keep looking over at his notes and I'm like, what do you mean Silent Hill on PC? What Silent Hill game released?
Bob, how is the cake?
The cake was pretty good.
Yeah, of course it was.
It was playing the PC version. It's running Lock 60. Looks pretty nice. I guess it's made in Unreal.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, at least it's not Unity.
Right? It was just like, oh, good. But it seems like a pretty simple dungeon explorer with action combat that's very simplified. Like you have a 3-hit combo. You can actually just hold the attack button. They just go through it. So you don't even need to hit repeatedly. And you have a dodge button. And then the characters each have their own kind of dodge. Like I switched from, I was using the fighter at first, who just does a regular like movement dodge. And I switched to the rogue and she has like a mini teleport. And they each have their own abilities they learn that will be different attacks.
To contextualize this game at all, this is the RPG being made by Marvelous, the people who develop the Story of Seasons games.
Yes.
This is the one where every person has fallen silent, and the princess, I believe, is trapped in a crystal,
the
and she
princess in
sends
a
you out
crystal.
to go retrieve the voices of the kingdom and free her from this crystal.
Yeah, she is then the only thing voiced so far. So like when you go into the dungeon, you'll find these pillars of light that you walk under and she'll talk to you.
Cool.
So I'm glad they dubbed this because there's just a lot of like, yeah, it's just one lady talking a lot.
We only had to hire one actor.
Right? Surprisingly, the characters, even though they don't have voices, they are still grunting.
That's good. It would be really weirdly silent.
It would just be strange if it was just like weapon noises or something.
Yeah. Just shuffling sounds the whole game.
As far as story season like mechanics, you get materials when you're in the dungeon. You bring them to your like headquarters, and you can have people start working on stuff. Like, oh, take the wood to the carpenter, and he'll turn into like lumber. Turn into limber.
Yeah. All right.
And it takes time to do that. So you have to go into the dungeon, and then time passes while you're there, and then he's done making lumber when you come back. And then this lumber can be used to make weapons and I guess other items eventually, but I didn't get far enough in the demo to see how far that expands out. Cool. I don't know if we'll actually get to like build more onto this main base or if it's just about the equipment. But it seems neat.
I really want to play this game. I really want to play this game.
All right, let's move on. I played Ghost Runner 2.
I'm like, yeah, I'm on the 4th month of my diet. What have you been up to in the last week, Bob? He's like, I went to a cheesecake factory and a fondue fountain. And I'm like, oh, my God. What did you play?
Ghost Runner 2. They put a demo out for that today, too. One of those things announced during the PlayStation State of Play.
Yeah. When that trailer played, I thought it was a Terminator thing because they say Connor.
Yes,
and then start rebuilding the machine guy.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. That would have been funny as shit.
Right?
Sure, why not? For people who don't remember, that's the first person action. Do you shoot?
You have Shuriken.
Okay, so there you go. A melee shuriken action game where you could do wall running and other sort of cool runny things.
Yeah, you play as a sort of robot ninja in a cyberpunk future.
Yes.
This game also is one of those that's built a little bit like Hotline Miami, where it's you hit a room and it's about killing all the guys in that room and moving to the next one. And if you die, you're taking immediately back to the beginning of that room and you die in one hit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
This game's still really cool. It's a lot like the first game, but just prettier. Like not really finding new mechanics so much. I believe you even have the grapple hook you had in the first one, and it lets you like get to grapple points pretty easily. And other than that, it's like I said, just a pretty version of that first game. It doesn't control great on a controller. Like this is a game I'd have to play on PC. Because they've tried to make it a little bit better because they give like the shuriken have a bunch of homing so they go to the target you're after, but even that is a little hard to control and get it going towards what you want because you don't have like aim down the sight or anything. It's just sort of free aim and you have to do everything really fast because the enemies have guns. So you're always have to be moving or blocking and looking at them so you aren't shot to death immediately.
So I have to ask you, in general, even if the controller feel was okay, like approximately on par with other first-person shooters, certain games that have that sort of free-running Mirror's Edge style, I do not like playing on a controller, would rather play on a mouse and keyboard. But would you say this game control-wise is up to snuff with other first-person shooters? Would you feel like the acceleration ramp up and other things with the stick input?
It doesn't feel quite right, but it's more there than it could be. Like it's not bad. It's just like, okay, it's not good enough.
Okay.
It also has a surprisingly slow movement speed. Like you're not cruising around like a boomer shooter.
I'm just imagining the third person cam and you're barely moving and you're wall running and you're like, I don't even know how he's staying up in the air.
Right. You do move faster when you wall run, when you slide down a slope, and you have a dash, but the dash is like super short. So I don't feel like it's the speed I really want from this sort of game.
I really want to see the third person camera now. It's gonna look insane in first person, and third person it's like you dashed 1 foot, man.
That's what it feels like.
That's hilarious.
I'm like, this is neat, but not quite what I want. Yeah, and I just don't understand why it's like this because I played a lot of the other like boomer shooter inspired games recently where you are just a motorized vehicle.
Yeah, you're hauling ass. Your pizza tower.
Yeah. So it is really strange for this just clearly cyborg ninja thing not to feel like that and to feel pretty toned down and like you need to use these mechanics to go quickly.
Well, maybe it's a Fort Solis situation. The engine can't handle him moving any faster.
Jesus.
That's what they said about Fort Solis.
They did. That can't be it though, because the one new mechanic, you get a motorcycle.
Oh, well, there we go. That's out the window.
The motorcycle's really cool. But it is just a linear, like you're driving down this course sort of thing. It's not doing the combat rooms anymore.
Yeah.
It's just chasing a dude.
Cool.
But it feels good and it's really fast.
Nice.
Yeah, so that was very cool. I was like, okay, I'm glad you put this in the demo because that gave me like something that makes it distinct from the first game.
Right.
So I'm pretty sure using it as FSR or something. That the motion player just
of
looks
course.
like
we're about to enter the era of every game is using FSR and it looks like shit.
Yeah, it just looks like vomit.
This is why I kept saying like a month ago, 2 months ago, whatever. If Sony has a bespoke temporal AA solution in the PS5 that they crafted, the PS5 Pro, that would sell the console by itself to me.
Yeah.
And a number of other people because FSR2 just looks bad.
Yeah, no, the whole game just looks like mush.
Let me put it this way. That way we can really get the scale of this down. Ladies and gentlemen, all of our listeners, the iPhone this year will have a better upscaling solution than the PS5. Okay. Now then, with that out of the way, and this isn't speculation, I've seen comparisons in like red papers. It's literally a better solution. Good Lord. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, just
That's insane.
in like always, I will play your game at 720p before this. This
Yeah.
looks terrible.
Yeah.
And it's the whole screen, the entire screen. Even though it's first person, it's still just goo.
Right. Yeah.
You can crank it up to 120 frame per second mode, and it's like this looks smooth, but like smooth.
While breaking apart.
Yeah.
Like a YouTube video. Mm-hmm. Because that's the future of graphics.
Yeah. So that was something. The only other thing I played was the Star Ocean, the second story R demo, which I believe some other people have played.
Wasn't Departure in the
I played
title?
a teensy bit of it.
Isn't
I
no
think
Depart?
it's just Star Ocean
Second story?
R2.
Okay.
Yeah, the
There we
second
go.
story R2. The first one, the PSP remake of the first one is Star Ocean: The First Departure, and then the version of that they released for modern platforms is First Departure R.
Okay. I also played that. You played that? Chris played that?
Yeah, I played that for like an hour.
Yeah, that looks really nice.
Yeah, it does.
I like how the environments have a lot of detail, but I'm still a sprite.
Yeah, I like how your sprite actually interacts with the 3D environment too. So it moves the grass and stuff that you walk over.
Yes. I like how really nice the profiles look.
They do look nice. I was surprised when they talked. I wasn't ready for them to have frames of animation. I think it's really funny.
As a Dragon,
I
Dragon Seeds fan, I dig that.
I kind of wish I could turn the lip flaps off. They're a little bit bad.
No, it's so good. You just add some chewing sounds in your head.
They've added mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, they completely redid the UI, which I
It
kind of
is-
thought the inventory just being a big box full of your stuff in like 2 columns had soul. But I guess modern audiences need you to be able to sort things.
It is really weird to open the menu and not to look like the Star Ocean menu they've been using
Right.
like since from 2 until the newest one.
Oh.
Yeah, it's weird not to see the characters like the sprites like walking
Mm-hmm.
in like a row. But the original didn't have the ability to power up your special move. Like it didn't have all these fucking combat skills. Although maybe they just split off the combat skills into their own thing, because you could learn combat skills from skill trainers and stores, and then they would do combat things if you leveled them up with the skill points. So maybe they just separated those systems out, but now you have skill points and battle points to level up different things. And it seems like they maybe changed the way skill leveling up works too, but I didn't play far enough to find that out. But it definitely seems like there's some mechanic changes in this. Also, here's an evil change, an evil change. So in Star Ocean 2, characters can have innate traits. There's 8 of them. I can't remember all of them, but it's like sense of taste, aesthetic sensibilities. One of them is nimble fingers, and these will the character, when they join your party or when you start a new game, will randomly have some of them. Like 2, I think you start with 2. And you can discover them, but there's a very complicated chart. Like certain characters can only discover certain things. But anyway, you want your main character to have nimble fingers because that's what's required to pickpocket people, which is like the most insane thing in Star Ocean 2, where you can just steal something from every NPC in the game. You walk up to them and you get the skills, you buy the item you need to do it, and you walk up to them and press square. Every single NPC in the game. So in the original, you could check the menu to see if you had that like 10 seconds into the game. Now it's like 20 minutes into the game.
And just to be clear, that's the evil change he's talking about. That one thing. Chris is literally like, they're fucking insane. They had Arceus say 5 text lines in a non-skippable cutscene, so I have to wait longer to re-roll my shiny Arceus.
Yes, correct. Luckily, I got it. I got it on this demo and immediately saved. I'm like, okay, that'll be the save I love when the game comes out.
This problem never even occurred to you, apparently. You're like, well, in theory, that would have sucked, but I just rolled correctly. Save.
In fact, they might have even done something where it's like, yeah, the main character always has that. Whatever.
I mean,
we know
that would
you're going
make
to do
sense.
it.
It's
so.
super valuable, yeah. Yeah, I really like this. I appreciate you picked up an equipment. Do you want me to equip that? It's good. By the way, we won't ask for accessories. And I'm like, good, because you're a machine. You can't possibly calculate the myriad of effects my accessory lineup will have, you fucking stupid computer. Get out. Very streamlined, very svelte, very quickly loading. I appreciate this game in so many ways. Also, the soundtrack's pretty good, and you can choose the original soundtrack. So
It was really neat seeing that first town like in actual 3D, because it's a PS1 game that used pre-rendered stuff, so it's always neat to see that just fully fleshed out.
Yeah. One other gameplay change in the original. Sometimes you'd hit a guy really fucking hard and he'd get knocked on his ass and have like cartoon birds around his head and not be able to do anything. And you'd have no idea what caused that or makes it occur. Now they have like a shield gauge above their health bar, which I presume is what that is you break that and it busts their ass.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this game to come out. Did anyone have anything else they wanted to say before?
Not really.
I wish there was a little less bloom, like one tick less bloom.
You're gonna have to buy it on PC then. You're gonna have to use reshade. That's it for Bob Games.
Yes.
Aggro, did you play a video?
Game? Yeah, and instead of the myriad of cool demos and shit that came out, I played one video game.
Yeah, what's that?
I played more Starfield. I wanted to point out a couple of things. I remember before I started playing it, you had mentioned that a lot of reviewers were saying some shit about how the game really comes online at like the 50-hour mark.
Yeah, a number of people said that.
So for those of you who have played a bunch of Starfield already, I think I have gotten to the part where the second part of the game is.
Okay.
Stuff happened. And that's cool. Also, I posted a picture of a gun on Twitter that I got and made a joke about Chiappa. When you go to the weapon screen, it says that gun fires 7.5 millimeter ammunition. When you go to your ammunition, it gives you the full name, 7.5 millimeter white hot. So I pulled out this giant magnum and shot a guy with it, and most of his health bar went away, and he was on fire.
That's pretty good.
Every time I get a new pistol in this game, it is the most deranged thing I have ever seen. It's amazing.
Are you sure you're playing Starfield and not Borderlands?
Every now and then I have to check.
Okay, Aggro, I have an important question about Starfield because I played a little bit more and then gave up. I saw multiple people mention this, so many that I'm scared it's not a joke. Do you get space shouts?
You mean like the
Skyrim,
Dovahkiin?
but it's space?
Functionally, yes.
No.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
So
You
it is
are
Skyrim in space.
spaceborne.
Yes.
You don't know how accurate what you just said is. Yeah, I'm not sure how this is all going to shake out, but how you remember Starfield is going to be different after a certain threshold of people get to the back half of this game, I think.
Oh, okay.
Also, they called it, it's the least buggy game Bethesda's ever put out. And honestly, I didn't really encounter anything until I got this one.
Yeah.
Where we finished a scene where we're all sitting around a table at Constellation talking about Constellation shit. And as soon as that scene is over, every NPC in that table triggers the, hey, when you have a second, we need to talk. And they all seem to think that they were with me on like 3 story missions ago when a thing happened, because they all wanted to talk to me about it like they were there. So I got a lot of really free, easy NPC like ranks up.
Okay. All right. Whatever. Just take the handout.
They're like, man, you looked pretty shaken up. I'm like, bro, I don't even know your name. What the fuck are you talking to me for? Looking around this room like, I don't want to fuck anybody here. This sucks.
I'm so depressed.
I'm gonna still do it though. You know, I'm gonna get my money's worth out of this game.
Like, I'm sorry, you're all Bethesda NPCs. You don't have that one muscle in your eye that makes your face look right when you smile. that an artist, I think from Riot or EA, I forget where, did like a really long thread about. Here's why the faces in Bethesda games look weird.
Mm-hmm.
They don't take this one muscle into account that makes your smile not look like you're a wax statue.
And they always head tilt when they do it too. It's fucking creepy.
Well, that's so that way you can't tell. They're like, they'll never notice.
I am enjoying skipping so many side quests in this game because, like, in a medieval fantasy setting, walking around a town of 20 people and hearing someone go, "Oh man, blackout drunk Randy's gotten in trouble again. I hope somebody figures his shit out before the guards throw him out of town." That makes sense. When I'm walking around cyberpunk dystopia Fishtown and a random guard who's like 30 yards away goes, "Hey, Martha needs some help in the kitchen."
Yeah.
And then a thing pops up on your screen that says, "Go talk to Martha in the kitchen."
And then you have an activities list that's 80 items long that just says, "Go talk to name," and it's not sorted by location.
That's deranged.
Yeah, it is.
What?
That is this game has a UI problem
Yeah.
in that it's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could tell that only
That was-
playing
This
an
is
hour.
the worst. This is the worst UI they've ever done. It legitimately is a big reason why I just like I'll play it when I build a new PC. There will be a mod to replace the UI entirely. I
Yeah.
will get that. In fact, I think there's already a mod.
There is.
Somebody's like, "Well,
Yeah.
it's just Skyrim," so we just put our special UI mod from that on there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like I said, like the story quest that I've been doing, the side quests that I have been doing, because like NPCs, the ones where you don't talk to someone, but you get close enough to someone and they take your camera and now you're talking to them. I do all of those because I went to the poor side of town and some guy's like, "Hey, you should leave." I'm like, "Why?" "Because there's a really bad gang here." And the great thing about Starfield is they'll give you an option to go, "Do you know how big my dick is?"
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that in online videos and stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
We're here to attack you as you try to enter orbit. I have a giant penis. Oh shit, this guy's got a giant. Why didn't they warn us?
Like most every persuasion has an option to go, "I mean, or I could just murder you." That's a good point. Look at my gun. Look at all the random shit on it. Does this look like a human made this for self-defense?
No, you're probably history's greatest mass murderer. Yes, I am. Thank you for noticing.
Which actually has made my playthrough rather dynamic in the Ludo narrative. Because like I said, I'm going to nail one of these characters to get the experience. And I figured the first one they paired me up with would be the most standard, easy route, Sarah Morgan, who's a total fucking cop. She doesn't like anything I do that isn't turning people into the authorities. So oftentimes I'll get halfway through a quest, turn around and go, "Wait here a moment." And then I'll go finish the quest and then come back and pick her up.
It's just like you're just outside the fucking gang stronghold and like the shadow falls over your face and be like, "Excuse me a moment." And just go into the door. There's a bunch of gunshots and screams. You come out drenched in blood. It's like, "Okay, let's go." And they're none the wiser.
Wait in the car.
When I started this game, I said, "All right, I'm gonna do it this time. No stealth. I'm not gonna steal anything. I'm gonna play this game straight, and I'm gonna shoot people."
Mm-hmm.
And the nonstop parade of psycho handguns they keep handing me has facilitated this wonderfully.
I saw someone try to play this game stealth. That seems like an unenjoyable way to attempt to play this game. So I think you've made the right decision. I was like, okay, well, me watching this one Duke Donuts Starfield stream has taught me one thing. Is that this game is really glitchy. Well, I guess two. And stealth seems unenjoyable, but...
I mean, one often leads to the other.
Well, the glitchy part actually was he came up to this watchtower and there's just like this settler who's like, "I love taking a picture. I'm trying to get the perfect frame." He just loads a gun into her and she's like, "Ah!" and then like flies away like fucking Ultraman. And then he's just like, where did she go? And like 1, 2, 3. She's now sitting where she was a second ago at full health. She's like, I'm waiting for the perfect time.
God. Also, I haven't really looked into it, but I don't think you can stealth if you don't have like at least one rank in the perk.
Yeah,
like,
you have to take the skill.
Yeah, like being behind something out of line of sight doesn't work. So one time I crouched into a warehouse and people started shooting at the cover I was behind, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Your blood was too loud.
Yeah, it's a Bethesda game, so if you don't have the magic, enemies cannot see you. If you cannot be seen, their NPC sense will pick up on you.
But it's fine because when they're trying to do an extended combat sequence and they land a ship that I happen to be near the landing zone of, and the door opens a crack and I huck a grenade into it, and it just cooks everybody inside like fish in a box. Mm-hmm. I'm like, okay, fair trade.
Yeah. I mean, that should be the goal of a Bethesda game, to just not try to prevent a solution like that. So you think you're sticking through to the end?
Oh yeah, like there's enough interesting stuff in this, and I can ignore everything I don't care about well enough, like all the base building and buying new starship parts and all that finicky resource bullshit. I haven't fucked with it at all, and it has not mattered.
Would you really ignore the base building in a Bethesda game? I just don't know if anyone would.
God,
at 15 hours into the game, I went to a planet and couldn't afford to build any of the resource extractors. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, maybe I have to build one at one of the workbenches in the basement, and decided that's not worth it.
Fair.
Yeah.
Well, I look forward to trying Starfield next week and checking in with Agro on how his playthrough is going. You didn't play anything else, as you said?
No.
Okay. Chris?
I played a little bit more of Starfield.
Oh, okay.
Here's when Bethesda games fire to me.
Uh-huh.
I get told go do something, and I amble towards the goal and go towards anything that pops up in my points of interest thing at the top of the map, and eventually I get there, and eventually I do it. Starfield seems distinctly opposed to the idea of just going out and wandering. Because I went out and I wandered a bunch on the starting planet, and there wasn't shit there.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was legitimately copy pasted things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then I talked to somebody who's like, dude, there is none of that in this game. You go out in the wilderness if a quest tells you to.
Yeah. They spread the stuff out all over the galaxy, and you don't know where it is.
Yeah, that...
Like sometimes you warp into planets, and they're like, here's a thing. I'm like, shit, cool. A thing happened.
See, that's...
Yeah, so they killed the really big thing. Like, that was the biggest thing that I liked about Bethesda. I liked just being a weird murder hobo that stumbles into this den of bandits and kills them all, and then I walk up to some guy drenched in blood, and he's like, oh, I really need this gem. And I'm like, do you mean this thing I found before you gave me the quest? And then just put it in his hand and the quest is over. I love that shit.
Mm-hmm.
This doesn't have it, so...
Yeah, I think that's a lot of when you saw it come out that, like, the planets have edges, right? They have hard stops. It's not seamless and an entire planet of wandering. I think that's where a lot of that crowd got disappointed, because from what I understand, a lot of people do play Skyrim like that.
Yeah, I mean, what the first thing I did was when I played Skyrim was like, I want to see the edge of the map, because that's how I usually play open world games. So I just go pick a direction, go.
Right.
And that usually leads to things.
Adventure.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I remember when I used to play Oblivion all the time, I fast traveled every time. They're like, hey, go to this city, do this. I'm like, okay, I'll fast travel to that city and do this. And I'm like, no, this game's all right. And the first time I played it without fast traveling, I'm like, oh, this is what the game is. And Starfield is nothing but jumping around.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I'm not, like, even the planets having, like, walls, invisible walls, is fine.
Right.
But there's nothing out there. That's the part.
Right, but that
kills me.
That's a part of the goal wasn't to make that experience, because I think one of the things you would do along this path is make the planet roamable, right? Have it be seamless, put things out there.
Like the Outer Worlds, which is a Bethesda style game made by Obsidian. Like the planets are much smaller than like the Bethesda open world, but there's still a little bit of you can just go out and wander around and find some stuff. Like I would be fine with it. Like I would expect at least, like I don't expect a million procedurally generated planets to have interesting shit on them. Like I'm not unreasonable, but like the planet that you start on, the capital's on, you couldn't have like it's just weird that it's like, no, we copy pasted the same wind farm 8 times. We copy pasted a couple caves with nothing in them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it probably would have been cooler to me at least if it was just we made a solar system where there are like 5 planets that are really well fleshed out.
Yeah.
Instead, they wanted a bigger scale in a different way.
So instead, I reinstalled Skyrim.
I mean, like I was saying before, they sort of have that when you're just jumping to random planets. Like one time I was trying to jump to one, but it's like, oh, this is an unexplored route. Which means you have to jump to the closest planet you have an explored route to, and then just jump to the planet you were trying to jump to anyway.
Wait, so there's not like get off and do something there?
Yeah, no. It's just
weird.
But I have to assume they did it this way so you do warp to more random planets, because like one time I warped in and there was a space station casino that wasn't responding to hails, and I go in there and there's fucking bandits in there, and I have zero gravity gunfights through 3 floors of a space casino, and then unlock the manager's office to get the secret code that makes the jackpot payout, and I'm like, this is cool as shit.
No, that sounds good. Yeah. Unfortunately, in my head, I'm thinking that it looks about as good as the Cowboy Bebop live action intro segment. I'm like, oh no.
Yes, that's also what I pictured. So yeah, I'm just on Starfield. I'm just gonna wait until I can play it on PC. Also, Bob is right. For a first-person game, bare minimum 30 FPS is not acceptable anymore.
Yeah, I just can't do it.
Yeah, no. Like I said, I'm running on a laptop, and I don't dip below 40 unless something drastic happens.
It's also weird to be like, okay, you're out in the wilderness. Most things aren't moving. Temporal AA is working as intended. Game looks crisp. I go into like New Atlantis, the big city at the start of the game, and I'm like, oh, this looks a lot blurrier all of a sudden. And then you look at water and it's shitting its pants because temporal AA ruins water forever.
Yeah, no, it's real bad.
So I started playing Skyrim. I actually never did any of the Skyrim expansions because I got all my Skyrim out before they were out.
I've strangely, having sold Skyrim for years, I've heard basically nothing but bad stuff about those and people being disappointed. Like, oh, they had a really cool idea, but they didn't deliver on it well. That's why I heard about all of them, but maybe
in foregoing my promise to play it with Dark Souls combat, I instead opted for a vanilla plus experience where I just installed a gigantic mod called Legacy of the Dragonborn, which adds a bunch of stuff, and I also installed in my opinion, the ultimate Skyrim mod, the one you absolutely need no matter what, alternate start. So you don't have to start. So an alternate start is just you wake up in a jail cell. There's a statue there. It's like, which of these origins do you want? Do you want to be a shipwreck survivor off the coast? Do you want to be an outlaw hiding out in the woods? Do you want to be a local at this specific inn? You'll get to pick from a list of inns. Do you want to be a member of this guild? You could get the list of guilds. Do you want to own a house in one of these big cities? You get to pick what city. All these choices, and I pick, there's a special one for Legacy of the Dragonborn where you get to be the head of the Ruin Explorers Guild. So that's what I pick. And it's Skyrim. I feel like at this point you don't really need a whole lot of descriptions about Skyrim. I pick a direction, I go in it. If I come up on a point of interest, I go in it and rob it and kill everyone inside. And then I keep going.
Okay, so instead of digging down on that, I'm going to ask your opinion. Which do you prefer, Oblivion or Skyrim, and why?
Probably Oblivion. Oblivion has much better quests. Its quest lines feel more substantial. The thing that bothered me a lot in Skyrim was that the quest chains to become like the head of factions are so short. Like I remember I did all the Fighters Guild quests in Oblivion, and that took me a whole day. Like I'm sitting down and playing Oblivion for like 8 hours. It took me the whole day. In Skyrim, it takes you like 3 or 4. And it's even shorter for like the Mages College. You become the head of the Mages College in like 20 minutes.
Yeah, I did that once and went, that was the whole thing. Oh, fuck.
I guess you're just that good.
And for comparison, in Oblivion, before they even let you in the fucking Mages College, you're like, get a letter of referral from every Mages Guild in the country. So you have to go do a quest for every single individual branch where they give you a letter of recommendation. Yeah, specifically in Oblivion quest, this guy's a dick, and he has the letter you want, and you're like, I dropped my ring in the well. Yes! Can you go get it for me? And so you go into the well, you're fucking underwater, you don't have a lot of air unless you make like a water breathing potion or something. You find this corpse of the last guy who wanted a letter, and you take the ring off his body. It's been enchanted to be 300 pounds. So it over encumbers you instantly and slows your movement to a crawl underwater.
Yeah, this just reminded me of that Morrowind thing where you walk outside like the first town and the dude falls from the sky and dies. It's like, oh, he's got these cool boots. I wonder what they do.
And there's like almost nothing like that in vanilla Skyrim, at least. I don't know about the 2 expansions.
Mm-hmm.
And plus Oblivion has the really great expansion where you go to the Shivering Isles, the demonic plane governed by Sheogorath, the Daedric Prince of Insanity. Oh man, even talking about Shivering Isles, like I should play Oblivion too.
Mm-hmm. So the reason I thought I would ask you this question is not only because you like Bethesda games, asterisk. So we booted the Xbox.
We did this.
And the Xbox is like, hey, bro, you need room for Starfield. And we're like, yeah, that makes sense. It's a big game. And I shit you not, we bring up the thing to delete games. And it's like, hey, I recommend you delete Hi-Fi Rush. It's such a big game. It's so big. And I'm like, Back for Blood is right there. Twice as large easily.
Hasn't been played in twice as long.
That's an online game with microtransactions. They want you to boot it up and spend money on microtransactions.
Right. And what I was telling Bob is I think the reason it suggested deleting Hi-Fi Rush is because he beat it on the Xbox. So it was like, whatever, you're done.
That's almost certainly what it is, yeah.
That felt deranged to me, though.
It does. It's like, guys, that's your own game. It's your only W.
Right. That was one of the highly positive Xbox games of the year. They're like, get rid of it.
Yeah,
I just want you to forget there was fun here. But somebody was like, why is Oblivion there? And I'm like, it's 7 gigs and it's fucking Oblivion and it runs great now. Like, who doesn't want that? Wait, do people not know Oblivion's good? Am I crazy? I feel like I'm insane. So that's why
it did only sell like 5 million versus the 75 trillion copies that Skyrim sold. Man, I am very surprised they've never done like a special edition or anything for Oblivion.
It does just seem weird, yeah.
Like every time I have to go through, admittedly very short loading gates in Starfield, my brain pastes the Oblivion loading screen over it.
I do like the Oblivion loading screens more than the Skyrim loading screens. I also like Oblivion's music more than Skyrim's music.
Oh yeah.
But the big difference between them and me really is just like, yeah, it's the quest writing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. For me, the vibes of Oblivion just seemed like there's just something about it.
Something about Oblivion's just entire look is like a PS3 360 era tech demo.
Well, not only that, it feels like something the scale of EverQuest has been turned into a normal RPG for you to play by yourself, and it looks really fancy
for
a Windows PC in 2006.
There is like a weird spell that like how generic Oblivion looks in very specific ways creates, where it is that like I am playing the fantasy game, period.
Yes.
But all the trees have to face the same direction. Doesn't that look bad? No.
Excited to play Skyblivion in 4 more years when it's finally out. The complete conversion of Oblivion to Skyrim.
Good Lord.
That's cool as shit. Last thing I want to say about Skyrim. It's a shame Microsoft owns Bethesda now because, man, I would have liked a port of Skyrim VR to a VR headset I want to use.
Yeah, that'd be appreciated.
Maybe you can still buy Skyrim on. Maybe they'll do it. They don't have a VR thing. It's not competing with themselves.
I doubt they'll do it because look at
They'll do it on
Starfield. It's
PC.
only on.
They'll do it on PC.
Is Skyrim VR on PC? I thought it was only on PlayStation.
That'd be insane.
4.
I think it's on
Surely.
PC.
I don't know. Someone can look it up, but I thought it was only on PS4 because I don't know.
Let me see. Yeah, you can buy it on Steam.
Okay, that's good. So now I just have to wait.
Fucking price. That's pretty fucked up.
That is pretty fucked up.
Although I guess you would have to change a lot of shit to make it work properly, but still, $60. Fuck you.
I just have to wait for the PSVR 2 to get the patch to work on PC.
Right.
I did think multiple times just with like in the 15, 16, 17 hours of Skyrim I played this week.
Jesus.
Like Skyrim VR on a good VR headset would cast the spell. Like you move at the exact right rate. It has like bad feeling melee combat, but whatever, you'd like walk like it would throw a spell on me for sure.
Yup.
I'm gonna be honest. I was roaming through a 3D Ultima thing, and that cast a spell on me. That was enough to just in VR chat. And I was like, "This is fucking cool as shit." Somebody needs to make a massive scale VR RPG.
Well, we need 20, 30 million PSVR 2s out in the wild before anybody's going to even contemplate doing that.
You can make a big game and not spend a ton of money. People have done it.
That's true. But yeah, that's Skyrim. I'm probably gonna play more Skyrim because it's nice to just be like, yeah, I'll wander around and kill guys. I also installed the mod to give every merchant more money for me to sell my spoils because that was the most annoying part of Skyrim. Like, why do you have so little money?
I didn't realize they simulated that.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, they do, and they refresh on like a timer, so I can always just go outside and stare into space for 3 days until their money respawns. But that takes a little bit of time.
Yeah.
So I'd rather just have the mod that gives them 5 times as much currency. Anyway, that's everything I played. I only played a little bit of Starfield, Pseudo Regalia, which we talked about, and a bunch of Skyrim.
You might have played something else. Do you wanna...
right. Fuck. I completely forgot already because it was so forgettable. I streamed Mirror's Edge on Tuesday.
I was asleep.
Yeah, Mirror's Edge is sure a 7th gen game.
Yeah, unfortunately, the best part of that game is not the story. It is doing the time trials you unlock after you beat the game.
Right.
Like, the story is atrocious. And by the way, Brianna Pratchett wrote it. Is that woman just cursed?
I don't know what else they've done.
Heavenly Sword. The first 2 Tomb Raider reboots. And she helped with BioShock Infinite. And she wrote Mirror's Edge.
Cool. How did you like the car insurance commercial cutscenes?
They were funny, but the story is so vapid and empty that like I could barely my eyes were glazing over looking at these cutscenes. I'm like, wow, I don't care at all.
They do encourage that feeling.
Mirror's Edge is neat. Boy, the decision that EA executives made at the 11th hour to be like, put in guns sure ruined that game.
Yeah, you can beat it without using them because they don't feel good and they shouldn't be there.
But
they shouldn't.
Yeah, but no. I feel like they probably put in more of those combat, not quote unquote combat rooms because of that.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the worst part of the game without question. Like when you're out like rooftop running and there's guys with guns, that's fine. Mm-hmm. But there's a couple points where it's like, you're in this tiny fucking room, figure out how to progress with 8 guys with machine guns ventilating you. Frame 1.
Yeah.
I got stuck when I was playing through it because I forgot you could take people's guns. I just never did it.
Right. I always remember how Cliffy B is like, yeah, the game's back because the shooting doesn't feel good. There's not enough shooting.
Oh yeah, I didn't bring
It's
this
amazing how it's like the gun is barely textured. You don't have like iron sights. There's not an ammo counter. They put that shit in like the last 2 months of development for sure.
I haven't brought this up on anything. I'm gonna put it here instead of burying it in a random live stream. If you want to know the state of Cliffy B, you should check out the IGN Unfiltered interview with Cliffy B, and you'll know exactly what that sentence meant if you watch it. But it doesn't surprise me that Cliffy B would be like, "Oh, the gunplay's terrible in this free running game. What a piece of shit." Yeah, yep, you got it.
Wow, this sure could have had an amazing sequel if one came out like 2-3 years later and had focused on making the platforming feel better instead of 9 years to lock half of your options behind a skill tree.
Yeah, it does do that pretty severely.
I still haven't played that game. That game's not real.
There's just a lot of things where it's like, it feels like you should have a little bit more leeway near edges where you can like jump running towards the edge, because there's a lot of time it's like, oh, hit it 1 frame too late.
Don't we have a comically huge box for Mirror's Edge Catalyst?
We do. Where is it?
I guess it's upstairs now.
Yeah, probably. I think it's in my room.
Yeah, I was wondering. I'm like, Dan, what the fuck are you looking at?
I'm trying to find the comically huge prop box.
Mirror's Edge Catalyst.
There's that. You have to tap left trigger to blunt your fall if you fall from like higher than a short height, but not high enough to kill you. And I think that should really be just a hold. I just hold it while I'm falling.
Yeah.
And I'll roll, but you need to press it or else.
I don't know. I always like
damage.
learning exactly when to hit it.
Mm-hmm.
But I get it. Like having some sort of easier features.
And just, I don't know. It was fine. Like it was I have to keep remembering, oh right, they mean really great for 7th gen when all standards were different.
I mean, yeah, Mirror's Edge, no matter which way you split it, that game is not what you would consider remotely a fully featured $60 game. And I remember even back then, it felt like that. It felt like the story should have not been there and it should have been a cheaper game and everyone would have been happy with that.
Right. And it seems like ideal to easily turn around and make something like that, an expansion pack for it or something.
I'm honestly surprised what a good Metacritic score it has. It has like high 70s or low 80s, and then the user score, of course, is much lower because it was a $60 game that's 3.5 hours long.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Metacritic existed then, though, so that's people coming to it after the fact. Like that was early enough that gen where it may not have existed.
Maybe
that's true, but people still don't like going into like what they think is going to be a big console game that's 3 hours long.
It's just gonna do. It's like the fucking American Psycho morning routine. Every morning I wake up and I do 2 runs of Resident Evil 3 Remake. I then follow up with a Mirror's Edge Chaser.
And then I do 4 runs of Vanquish. Then I have lunch.
He's the ultimate gamer.
But yeah, that was neat. I know what it is now. I'm probably never going to play Mirror's Edge Catalyst because why would I?
Do you ever want to see a monkey's paw curl?
Yeah, weirdly, it is pretty short. Like, though it's an open world game,
Really?
that thing's like 8 hours at most. It's
like
super short.
Although, if we're going to be totally honest, like, after seeing that story, I'm like, who cares that they rebooted it? Be mad that they made it an open world thing.
They can
do both. They're both, yeah.
They can do both.
They can do both. But I'm like, the story was stupid. I don't understand what the stakes were at any point because it seemed insane.
Yeah, it very much felt like they bolted in the story cutscenes later to try and figure out how this game would
make any sense.
Right.
Yeah, no, it doesn't have what you would call a good story structure.
I'm really tired of 7th gen games having the masked character and you immediately go, oh, it's that one character because there's nobody else in the story.
Yeah, that's always dumb.
Yep. Somehow they didn't think about how that would be obvious every time.
It is funny how, like, up until 2016, every dystopian government was like a fusion of like the fascist government, but also the overbearing liberal government from Demolition Man. Because like the government in this is clearly evil and has stormtroopers and whatever, but it's also like, yeah, they regulate everything. Can't do anything without getting taxed and regulated. And I'm like, okay, are you gonna have that one comedian's come out and talk about how he wants to eat grease a lot, like Demolition Man? It's the exact same bit. There's also like a plot point that only exists for 2 seconds where they're training evil ninjas to like counteract the runners who deliver notes.
Yep, they
And
sure.
like you find the underground fucking paintball court where they've been training these people.
That sure was a thing for a second.
Yeah, for the end of one mission.
Chat's bringing up, and I didn't realize this, Mirror's Edge Catalyst is 120 frames per second on the Series X.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool. So if
Well, I did
play
install it. Maybe I'll boot it and see what that looks like.
You'll
And
be like,
wow,
ooh.
why'd they do this to this game?
It's so pretty now, though.
But yeah, that's all I played.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm watching a Digital Foundry video now, so we can't go on to the... Oh, wait, I can't tell them no. They're the Podlord.
Oh my god,
the Podlords!
Podlords, baby. Podlords, baby. Podlords. Do 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 Podlords. And I have some burning on my screen. Do 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 Podlords. Do 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 do. Imagine getting burned in, and it's not even an OLED. Podlords.
Fuck.
Yes, that's right. The Podlords. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Podlords such as BN12, E. Lee Broyles. Bountiful blessings to you all.
Still.
Red Blaze 27, Susu Shiro. Bountiful blessings to you all.
Oh no!
Multiplying!
Yeah, I don't. We don't need this amoeba shit.
Fucking shadow step.
One Shades of Wonderful Remastered. WTF, Spider-Man. Mr. I Like Spam. I'm Baby, but now in HD. DFW 3K. Look at this baby. Look at him. He's so adorable. He's a cool baby. I've beaten exactly one FromSoft game. Time to become that guy. Oh, you beat Post-Patch Baltius? That's cute.
You earned it. You be that asshole.
I heard his fiery short. That's cool. Shiny Mew. Kristen. Juicifrost is holding the entire game industry for ransom. That's a crowded job this week.
What are you, Unity?
Kyle Bjork. Context is for the weak.
Huh.
I didn't realize Carbuncle showed up in a golf game.
Right?
Yeah.
Monster Hunter Ryzen and Raiden. Cooper Tank. Man, the sound 4 from Naruto were lamer than I remember.
Fucking hate those motherfuckers so much.
Jesus.
God damn it.
That's an insult to the fucking Sound 4. They had really cool fights against their opponents.
Right.
It's like the peak of that series.
Ochi, when I leave him as bait in Hero's Hideaway. Indigo Sykes. Drive Typecast. Congratulations. I'll leave it over there with the others.
Yeah.
Splatoon 3 has a real problem. Next time, bros.
No, that's incorrect. I'm sorry. when the Switch 2 is announced, you'll get to see Metroid Prime 4 again. We'll take it out of the hostage center. But until then, you're going to be waiting.
And you know what would help get Metroid Prime 4 revealed? Some sort of theme. A raccoon hiding away from all those Jinkaria eggs.
I don't know how to tell you this, but they're coming from inside the segment.
Right?
Shinji16 wants to remind you that bountiful blessings will continue until morale improves.
I trusted you.
Oh, please. We don't need more Jinkaria. Although he's certainly fucking better than Captain Shusuke Amagai.
That's true. Yeah. The bar has never been lower. The Super Mim. I don't know why Chris wanted this, but who am I to turn down a request?
That is perfect. That is better than it could have been in my dreams. I love this. It's Jinkaria as a dinosaur because I played Goodbye Volcano High.
Right.
It's like, where's the Jinkaria snoots?
Jesus.
Saraline. Timothy Pfister has total faith in Vanillaware's new project, but that title is very HD2D core.
No, because because it could convey anything instead of being. We didn't want to change it from the project title. It's not a project name. Like seriously, you're just saying Unicorn Overlord is as bad as Triangle Strategy.
I mean, Project Unicorn Overlord does sound like some shit we would say.
Project Unicorn Overlord sounds like the CIA committing high crimes and misdemeanors.
Oh, no. Bearded Joe. Pleochrome. Krunglespum. Goodbye, Volcano High.
Yes, that's sure how it looks most of the time.
Mr. Wolfheart. Another Jinkaria edit hit the Podlords. The podcast is under attack.
I'm gonna have to request nobody makes me George Bush ever again.
I went to an anime convention last weekend and decided to cave into buying this figurine of Nico Robin.
That's nice.
Treat yourself.
Be good.
Arc Seaside. Noodle. A Lego isn't enough. This is what John Riccitiello deserves. Dog.
Oh,
Dog.
nice.
Dog.
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 Dog. Dog.
Dog.
Excellent rug also.
Sup, dog? My plan, Ichigo, it just works.
Oh god. Oh god. I it took me a second to realize it was Jinkaria Todd Howard because I'm just like Martin Short as Jack Frost?
Yeah, you've edited so much I couldn't recognize him at all, but it's still pretty great. You should have gone with the two-tone shirt, but other than that, it's great.
Don't give them notes.
Oh, it's a nice blade, but you know, it could be serrated when you stab me. Void. I am too lazy to make dinosaur Jinkaria, so here's Earl Sinclair.
Yeah! That's pretty good.
And Evil Saber, but Booba.
Well,
Yep, that's sure one of the most popular fake characters now.
Value add.
Thank you very much to our Podlord.
Some
Thank
of
you,
them more than
Podlords.
others.
Thank you,
take
Podlord.
on Lords.
And if you'd like to become a Podlord, you can go to our Patreon at patreon.com/gbpodcast. For as little as $5 a month, you get access to many benefits such as early access to Chugging Bleach and Pokemon Go to the Movies, our 2 monthly anime review podcasts. You also get extended and cut content from other things we do when indeed such things exist to be given to you. You also fund a show every month, with half of them being us watching and discussing a positive thing that we all like and have fun, hopefully. And the other half being a public show where we watch something horrible and then talk about it. And the horrible one, and the horrible one come with a commentary track. And there's lots and lots of those for things you don't want to watch, like X-Men Origins Wolverine. And if this fucking strike goes on, maybe Quantum of Solace. Oh boy.
have you listener, have you ever sat there and wondered, I wonder what Dan said on that day? Well, you can simulate what a simulation of that might be like if you listen to our commentary track for the period piece film earlier this week, Remember Me, of the early aughts. It's definitely a period piece because it certainly didn't succeed at anything else.
You also get access to an entire film. That film is Isolation 119, a movie about a man going to Thailand to solve the injuring of his brother, but instead he just gets drunk and gets into fights with the locals, and a member of Organization 13 shows up and talks to him in a Microsoft Sam voice and tells him to kill himself. That's not a joke. That is quite literally the text of the film.
Yeah. And it is just as logical in the film as it sounds right now. And that's funny as hell.
That's patreon.com/GB podcast. If you don't have any money, it always helps immensely. Just tell your friends, rate us on Thursdays, rate with a T us on your podcast app of choice, and like this video on YouTube right now. Leave a comment. Even both those things please the cruel machine god that we've somehow trusted with all our fortunes. Boy, what a mistake. Patreon.com/GB podcast.
We have plenty of news. I'm gonna get to news that isn't the big news first. We're gonna start with the small baby news. Okay. Mm-hmm. This news is like I'm baby, and I'm like HD. Ladies and gentlemen, iPhone 15. Let me break down what's so exciting about iPhone 15.
Please do.
Done.
Good segment.
It has a USB Type-C port. That's literally the only thing that makes most people's neurons fire at all. But to talk about the weirder aspects of it, if you're talking about the iPhone 15 Pro, they have a new, completely different GPU architecture to do a really, really high-end GPU in it to run console-tier games. So they have Resident Evil 4 Remake, Resident Evil 8, Death Stranding Director's Cut, and everyone's favorite, Fort Solace, coming out on iPhone 15 Pro later this year.
Oh, and Assassin's Creed Mirage, right?
That's actually next year.
Oh, that is next year.
That is next year.
So,
otherwise, that would have been really funny because I would be like, yeah, let's do a 3-cam video. I'll play it on my phone.
Here's a prediction.
Uh-huh.
The next Monster Hunter is going to launch on iPhone.
No way. They would have to pay Capcom so much money.
Well,
not exclusive.
Right.
Just in addition to everything else, day one, it will be there.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to Bob about this, and I'm like, we're in a weird situation where the iPhone 15 Pro can play real-ass console games of a tier that the Switch can't even begin to approach. Mm-hmm. And that's bizarre. That's really weird. Extra layers of stuff, as I mentioned earlier, as a point of comparison to highlight the absurdity of how bad FSR2 is. These new things, like the iPhone for a while has had like machine learning processors on them. Neural processors, I think is what they call it. In the iPhone 15 Pro, they have, through their Metal API surfaced and being executed in these games that are going to roll out, their temporal AA solution, which is, I think, Metal FX upscaling. And based on what I saw, pretty good, better than FSR2. But like Intel's also better and NVIDIA's also better, which if you're listening, yes, FSR2 is the worst one, basically. You could debate that Unreal Engine's worst or Insomniac's worst, but you're wrong. Also, these phones support ray tracing, which was a very funny segment where they're like, check out the iPhone 15 Pro running a real ray trace video game in 30 frames per second. I'm like, even Apple can't make ray tracing look sexy enough.
No, I saw that segment and I scoffed and I was like, I'm just upset to be seeing ray tracing.
I am terminally tech-headed, and I'm squinting. You didn't do it. When I have to sit there and go, like I'm watching the Star Wars Jedi Survivor video from Digital Foundry.
Oh, yes.
Where they turned off ray tracing for the performance mode, and most of the comparisons make me go, I guess there's a difference. It's a little bit less green because that should splash against this wall.
It's not really... it's not really better. It's just different.
Yeah. So frankly, I don't know that the ray tracing is really going to matter. But I had the thought we should get another
weird.
Well, real quick, we should get another Infinity Blade You remember those games? Early iPhone. They're like, look at these fancy Unreal Engine. I'm like, yeah, we should have another himbo video game. We need another one. Just a ray traced fucking swipe the screen and the night guy does cool shit. There's always going to be a market for a person who wants to spend $20 and see something fancy on his phone and be like, holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to enter this weird space where people are like, no, we're not pushing the consoles as hard as we can. We want that shit to run on a phone.
I don't know. I don't know how much of a market there is for, like, and all these games seem to just support the DualSense. Even Apple is bringing into their conferences, yeah, we work with the latest, best game controllers. And I'm like, imagine you're Nintendo and Xbox when they say that and show the PlayStation controller every time.
I mean, they're fucking right. They're especially with Nintendo. Just something about the Switch Pro controller feels so unwholesome in my hands. I don't know what it is. It just feels tacky and weird.
Yeah, speaking of which, and this is a good time to throw this in, and it'll be super relevant later. Ties to a thing later. Anyways, Stig Asmussen, the director on Star Wars Jedi Survivor, went on IGN's Unfiltered interview back in March when the game was supposed to originally launch.
Right.
And Ryan McCaffrey was like, is there anything about working on these next-gen systems that has been complicated? Or, like, what's the hardest part? He paused for a moment, and Stig's like, I wish there was parity in the controllers. And I'm like, good goddamn! Somebody asked you fundamentally what makes your life hard about working on these boxes, and you had to go, fucking one of these controllers it shows up late to work all the time and fucking phoned it in and isn't in love with me anymore. That's fucking crazy! You never hear devs just open fire on them like that. That's anyway. Aside from that, the actual things of interest that aren't completely gaming centric on these phones, if you get the 15, it's just 60 hertz. Fuck you. You get the 15 Pro, you get the HDR 120 hertz, variable refresh rate, smooth experience. There are budget Android phones that have 120 hertz. There really is no excuse in 2023 for an $800 phone to not have
that crazy.
120 hertz.
Yeah, I saw people being like, why can this phone run Resident Evil 4 Remake and not the Switch? And I had to be like, that's a phone from 8 years ago, and this is a phone that costs $1,000 now.
It don't cost $1,000 to make.
The Switch didn't cost that much to make.
Right, but the point is, Apple has really good margins. And my complaints on the refresh rate screen thing is, they could easily pack in the nicer screen on the $800 phone and still make hundreds. Hundreds per phone. So that's one thing. Another thing, the USB port is on both. Weirdly enough, both of them support 4K 60 HDR out. And I'm like, great, we finally hit it. I could do a quick play of a phone game that looks good. It took the entire run of GigaBoots until now, but I could finally hit the quality level I want. Oh, the games are just the console games, but locked at 30. All right.
Pretty cool.
The weirder part then, okay, is that the basic iPhone 15 has USB 2.0 speeds for data transfer. So if you take some nice quality pictures, want to transfer it off, USB 2, fuck you. You get an iPhone Pro, you get the 10 gigabit transfer speed. I'm like, even weirder, you get the iPhone Pro Max, which is the big boy. And that's what gets you a 5x optical telephoto lens, which I'm excited to see photo comparisons. I want to see how nice that looks. Now, we're going to play a game. Bob, you don't get to participate because you know the answer.
Yeah, of course.
Hey, guys, I bought an iPhone 13 Pro Max 2 years ago. Guess how much I get if I trade it in? Bum, 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 bum.
250.
Let's pretend it's not a cracked screen. Mine is a cracked screen. So let's pretend it's not a cracked screen. Bum, 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 bum.
Still 250.
Reminder, this is a terabyte of storage.
God.
I wanted to get a lot of really nice pictures of Banning. That's why I did it. If I get a new phone, I am not getting a terabyte of storage.
130.
Okay, so everyone's pitching so low, I feel good. They're going to give me $580 probably is that cracks the screen, so they're going to be $280. So they're more generous than you think, but reminder, getting an equivalent phone, trading in that phone, even if it didn't have the cracked screen, means I'm spending like $700. And these phones are so similar from a general services angle that it is fucking insane. Completely crazy. But let me tell you, I have a thing in my family. Runs deep. Called mental illness. And a lot of my family suffered through alcoholism and other things. But I suffer from looking at my lightning port and getting mad every day. Every day. Look, if I have to suffer the family with mental illness, I get to make jokes about it.
Like, as more and more therapists are saying to people these days, yeah, that's not really a you thing. The world just sucks.
Yeah, it would be really great if I never had to look at a lightning port or a lightning cable ever again in my life, because that thing has not had a point in at least 5 years. At least. Being generous. Like, fuck that port. That port is stupid. But that's a lot of money. And while this new thing, like, I could even rationalize, like, we could use it to shoot things in areas we couldn't elsewise, you know?
Right.
Because it has 4K 60 ProRes, which is very usable.
You can even hook up external storage to do that, right?
Right. And it also can film and log now in the 4K 60 ProRes, which is good because before it couldn't, which limits how helpful it is. And Chad, I'm not going to explain to you what log film is. I'm not going to teach you to color grade, but the important thing is it would be a lot more usable as a camera.
You take it to the carpenter and they turn it to lumber, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what it means. So yeah, this new 15, it's not a terrible set, but it's like,
I feel really bad because I do need a new phone because my batteries literally cannot make it through a day anymore.
Bob's phone is a zombie at this point. It is very old. How old is your phone?
2017, I believe. It's an iPhone 8.
So
regular, not some special.
Right. And it's not even like an SE that's in the body of an 8.
No.
That's an 8.
It's just an 8.
Right. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6 years is a long time for a phone.
Right, and it's really showing it with the way things are running on it now, and the battery life being like,
yeah. If I have to charge my battery like every day, then that's new phone time.
Yeah. And you're charging yours like multiple times a day.
Yeah, no. Since I started doing more jogs and stuff, and I listen to music with my phone, it's just like, oh, it's down to like 10-20% by the end of a 20-minute jog.
Yeah.
Like, it's not usable.
You know, that makes me wonder, like, what is the battery life of you playing fucking Resident Evil 4 Remake on your iPhone?
Oh, I don't know.
What's that
I should
look
answer
like?
that question with $1,000.
You should.
I'm curious.
You don't need to.
I'm curious too, and someone better find out. I better have the battery life that is Resident Evil 4 Remake.
I feel like
I'm
an
willing
idiot.
to bet I'm willing to bet it's going to be bad because that's always what it is. It's
I've
had
absolutely.
multiple people be like, "You boot a high-end game on an iPhone, and it's like soul contract initiated."
You get an hour at most.
No, it's true. Like the funny thing is, like the iPhones are like insanely battery efficient and insanely powerful on a GPU and CPU front. But these games pack frame rate caps into them, so they aren't running Genshin at 90, 100 frames per second and killing your battery.
Okay, that's something.
Which is smart. Mm-hmm. Unless you're deranged like me, and I'm like, no, we burn brightly.
But what I was gonna say is they announced the Pro version has this new titanium case, and one of them is titanium blue, and I'm just like, that's what my lightsaber in Star Wars looks like. I want that. It's messed up. They're sickos, and they should be stopped.
Bob's like, they're preying on my mental illness at the same time. They made it look like a lightsaber. That's really funny that's where your brain goes. New iPhone looks like a lightsaber. I need it. I mean, to be fair, I understand you wanting to upgrade. Here's my fear. We got the EU bust their kneecaps and made them put a proper USB port on it. It sounds like the next thing they're going to start busting kneecaps for is user replaceable batteries.
Right? And then it would just be like, oh, it's the forever phone at that point.
Because at no point using my now 2-year-old phone have I gone, oh, this performance just isn't good enough. This thing whips ass. There's literally nothing it can't do. I'm only ever limited by the shitty internet I can get inside of my cave near a local gas station that I spool off from its free Wi-Fi. There's literally no shortcoming. The only upgrade that, like, the 5X telephoto would be great for shooting pictures of wild creatures you come across. Everybody acts like, who fucking cares? And I'm like, do you not see cute animals? Like, I care. And the normal lens is, like, they upgraded the image sensor the year after mine to do better low-light photography because they completely redid how the image sensor is. It's the quad pixel setup, which helps reduce noise. Like, those would be the major gets other than the USB port not being bad and me farcically buying Resident Evil 4 Remake for a phone and playing through it again.
And you know that's going to be
But on a phone.
$60 or something. So you're not...
I actually don't know what it's going to be. I think it already went up. I think I could go check. I might do that during someone else's news billet just to see. Because the problem is someone showed it, but it was in a different currency. So I don't know. I need to know. But yeah, that's it. That's our phone segment. I hope I don't get one. But I do hope
says
someone...
while ordering it.
How did this happen?
Oh no, my mental illness.
None of you can judge me. Bob.
Yeah.
You have some news.
I do.
But Aggro has less. But hey, Aggro.
Hey.
Talk about news.
So it might have gotten lost in the shuffle today with the 2 ambush shows that we had. But there was also a third smaller one. There was a Night City Wire today that had a pretty long CG trailer for Phantom Liberty.
I was upset because I saw the announcement of here is a new thing, a 2.0 trailer for Cyberpunk. I booted up. It's 44 seconds of a sizzle reel that doesn't show any game. I didn't know there was this event attached to it.
Oh.
Yes. So there's a story trailer with Idris Elba, which that's always nice. Then there's a huge section in the middle where they talk about music that I skipped over. And then at the end, they tag on some gameplay with a few different builds showing off how a couple perks interact, you know, that sort of thing. A lot of riding vehicles towards enemies and then jumping off of the vehicle and either like hitting the ground with a hammer or going bullet time and annihilating everything.
That is both cyber and punk.
It is.
Yeah.
And then a lot of new mix and matches with the quick hacks that look like ascending to godhood. Xbox is launching a new game.
Oh, shit.
Oh, wait, no. I'm sorry. Not game.
No.
Credit card. They're launching a credit card.
What?
It launches September 21st for Xbox insiders. Every time you spend $1, you get 1 point. You use it to buy Xbox shit, you get 5 points $1. You DoorDash it, you get 3 points $1. You can redeem them on the Xbox Game Store for, you know, Xbox games. That's a thing. This is, I should point out, separate from Microsoft reward points. It's a completely different system and it doesn't interact.
Okay.
It's
have
also a fucking MasterCard, which
I gotta
What
ask.
else was it going to be?
Right.
I gotta ask, when you say Xbox games, you mean any game on Xbox, right? And not games by Microsoft Game Studios.
I didn't see anything that indicated that. It just
says
like you can use it on the Xbox
eligible
Game Store.
product at the Microsoft Store.
Yeah, games
Okay.
and add-ons.
Okay. Because I'm like, what game?
Took me a while to track that down because they just kept reading articles and even the main website that just kept saying points. You get points. I'm like, what the fuck do you use them for?
This thing
Did
has
PlayStation
a
launch
fucking,
one of these?
I don't remember. What's up, Chris?
This thing's interest rate is criminal.
Oh,
They
yeah.
usually are.
Yeah, that's how it always
At the-
is.
At the bottom, it's 21. At the height, it's 32.
Whoa.
Wow.
That's worse than the GameStop one. The GameStop credit card.
You're gonna need a pocket protector for how you're delivering.
The GameStop.
Does anybody else get the feeling that Microsoft is like slowly starting to turn into the seedy strip mall nobody goes to as like a company?
This is where I guess I should out myself. I do have an Apple credit card, but the thing is, it charges no interest on any Apple purchases. So that's the approach, right?
That's not relevant right now, is it? What are you doing over there, Dan?
Aggro tackle him.
But yeah, if you buy non-Apple Store stuff, it's like 24% APR. So it's like, yeah, don't do that.
Yeah.
If you do that, pay it off before the end of the month. There are all these hooks in your fucking phone to tell you to pay it off.
So, VTuber streaming sensation and NFT advertisement Only Up has been pulled from Steam
my God.
again, but it looks like it's for reals this time. The developer said that the game has caused him an enormous amount of stress over the last several months, what with being caught stealing assets for your indie game, and has decided to just go ahead and delist the thing and hopes that we can all come together and move forward. He's announced he's working on his next project, which will be nothing like this game. It'll be working with a small team. It's called Kith. It's going to focus on cinematography. Who knows what the fuck that means? So,
all right.
keep an eye out, I guess.
No, I won't, but all right. Good to hear.
In the wake of Starfield, Sean Murray tweeted that No Man's Sky is having, quote, its biggest month in the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't say what that meant. There weren't any numbers, but he said that, and it's all platforms.
I wonder why that would happen.
Right.
And I don't like, maybe it's
There are a couple layers here.
right. Like, it could be that people were watching Starfield footage and reminded, oh, remember that other thing? I should go check that out. Or it's people who only have a PlayStation coping super hard that they can't play Starfield.
Or people upset after playing Starfield, like, I need to go back.
Exactly.
Or people who are into VR because they did another VR update for PSVR 2, and I hear that shit looks insane now because they do the eye tracking to crank the resolution way high.
Yeah, they got the
where you're
foveated
looking.
working.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I haven't logged back into it to check that out yet.
I haven't booted it once in VR, so I feel cheated. I didn't get to try bad VR before amazing VR. I hear nothing but insanely positive things.
Yeah, it's pretty great. Like when you're in the cockpit of that ship flying around, it's nuts.
It is truly crazy that No Man's Sky ended up here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, fucking best story of like game development in general in a while. But I do want to state, I was listening to podcasts and they blame Sony for the bad marketing. And no, Sean Murray went on a fucking talk show and lied about the game. I don't.
Yeah,
That's
like,
not
I'm
Sony
sorry.
controlling the messaging.
Yeah, he's got
No
a dead
man-
rights.
Like, I knew it was probably fucked like 2 months before it came out, and I'm like, and that was when people started going, what do you do in this game?
And they kept getting cagey. Yeah.
Because we had seen it and again, I don't blame the devs for this part. Obviously, if somebody's like, do you want to be at our big show? You say yes. But man, they were like at it was worse than Deathloop. It was worse than Deathloop. It was worse than Metal Hellsinger. It was worse than all the ones we meme about. And it's like, I don't know what the game is. And then it came out and people were like, there seemingly isn't a game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was rough. Can't wait 10 years from now to go back and visit a similar success story with Redfall.
You know, another problem I have with the infinite dev cycles, every game's too expensive now. Man, it was sure nice when a company could release a dud and be like, oh man, we sure missed. Well, on to the next project. But you can't do that anymore because the dud took 6 years to make. So you have to spend like 1 or 2 years trying to polish the dud. And it's like, man, I sure missed the times like, well, this game was bad. 2 years, there'll be another one.
Right.
Not a big deal.
Right.
Yeah. It's really grueling when.
I mean,
that happens these days.
As a Dynasty Warriors fan back in the day, that's, you play one that's a step down from the other ones and you go, oh, they'll come back eventually.
Yeah, and now we've been on the worst entry in the series ever for the last decade or something.
I'm so glad you guys made it open world. This dead Kmart's parking lot is great.
Oh, you doing you're doing an expansion for that one after 3 years. What are you doing?
Yeah. What are they doing? What do they do? Sorry. That's my other illness. I still want to like a Dynasty Warriors and I haven't given up on it, even though it's been downhill since 5.
I'm sorry, Dan. Either start liking Samurai Warriors or start really liking One Piece. Those are the only ways you're going to get a good Dynasty Warriors game ever again. Or hope Nintendo makes like another good spinoff.
3 months ago, you asked me to make that decision. It so obviously would have gone towards Samurai Warriors, and now I'm like, I don't know. Maybe I should get into One Piece.
I sure hope with that new DLC they're doing, they fucking slip in a next gen update. I'd like that game to run at a higher resolution.
Yeah, they really should.
Like it's 180p, no AA, so it's like, man, I see some edges.
Well, that's it for agro news. Hey, Bob.
Hey, what's up?
Let's talk about your news because we're putting off the main story of the week as long as possible.
All right, I'm going to talk about my hypest news story.
Oh?
Truxton Extreme!
Oh, man. Truxton.
Oh, you can never have enough news about Truxton.
It comes to PS5 next year.
I can't believe it. I'm going to be able to play Truxton on my PS5.
Has new 3D graphics.
That'll make no fewer than 12 devices I own, which can play Truxton.
I was just lying in bed, not able to sleep, playing Truxton on my analog pocket, which I call my portable Truxton converter.
In non-Truxton related news, though.
Boo!
I know. The people who made Shinobi Non Grata, the game I talked about a few weeks ago, it's all pixel art, is a ninja. They are working on a new game called Scramble Vice, which is them obviously making Patlabor, a video game that's a 2D, like SNES style.
Ooh.
So you play as this cop lady who drives a giant robot mech.
Patlabor's pretty cool.
Yes, Patlabor is pretty cool. And it seems that there's some levels inside and outside the mech. It looks like you might be able to get out of the mech and explore, like, say, in a Blaster Master sort of thing.
Ooh.
So that looks pretty cool. And they show the mech getting lots of cool stuff, like missiles, launchers, and stuff that you could add on. I was like, oh, is this like 2D armor core?
This is pretty cool.
So that's exciting. Gungrave Gore Ultimate Enhanced Edition announced for the Switch. Nothing else. Just the Switch. So it looks terrible, but it has brand new content. Over 100 gameplay improvements from the original version, and it adds Rocket Billy Red Cadillac, the character who wears all red and fights with a guitar that shoots lightning.
All right.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, we were hoping he was going to be in that other one a bit.
Yeah, he didn't make it.
He is basically the same hairstyle as Fry from Futurama, and in fact may be based on him.
Yeah, that checks out. I can't complain.
Hey, Bob.
What's up?
Never mind. We're good for one more story. Go ahead.
Sure. Stig Asmussen, the director of Star Wars Fallen Order and Survivor that we just talked about earlier in this podcast, he's leaving Electronic Arts, leaving EA. We really don't know much else about this. This was reported by Randall Weems. God damn it.
Jason Schreier.
Jason Schreier.
Holy shit.
So dire.
He previously stated in interviews earlier this year how he always envisioned this Jedi series to be a trilogy. That last game does, in fact, very much leave it open to more stuff happening.
Cool.
What'd they do?
Great.
What'd EA do to this man?
I don't know.
I wonder if it's something like, all everything but Jedi Survivor. Like all our single player shit bombed this year except for Jedi Survivor. We're really stupid and not going to preserve that. We're just going to get rid of all of it.
Could you imagine they were that stupid? At very least, I could understand being Stiggismusen and being upset the game came out the way it did because performance issues were pretty bad.
Yeah, no, it's really clear that they wanted to launch with the version they got out like 2 weeks ago.
Right.
There's no way they wanted to launch what they did.
And even after that patch, the PC version's still rough, as a podcast I listen to with a guy who also owns a 4090 informed me. Still not there on PC either.
That's crazy.
Also, the quality mode, I'm not sure you saw the resolution mode in the latest patch literally runs down at 10 to 15 frames per second in a very specific area that they used to benchmark it originally. It seems like the performance isn't that normally, but that one area, it just literally drops to 15 and 10 frames per second. It's unreal. It literally is the worst I've seen a game run on the PS5. I don't think there's a single other game that runs that bad. So anyways, I'm excited to hit that part in the game and then change modes and be like, look at this. What the fuck?
Yeah, I have to wonder I need to see that. I need to know what is the congestion point.
It's just some river just going around a thing and he just runs.
Body?
Yeah. Right?
No, I want to see a dead alien. Preferably an ancient one.
Right, in Mexico. Get some fucking legit street tacos while I stare at this extraterrestrial in front of Congress.
There's just something about the image of like shitty running tourism, like going to find the specific part where the fucking tanks, just like turning it on and just Blight Town.
Yes. It's the gaming equivalent of rubbernecking in traffic. Hey Bob.
Hey.
I read your next news story.
Yeah.
No.
That's what I thought too. But they did it.
This is insane.
I don't.
I will say, if nothing else, what Bob is about to describe is only $15.
Oh, thank God.
Thank God.
Okay.
It's so insane. I don't know how it exists. At least it's only $15.
The last Gunvolt game they released is 25 or 30.
Right.
I think it's 30, yeah.
But that is a thing that should exist.
Right.
Whereas
this Gunvolt Records Psy Chronicle.
That was my favorite line of Lego.
Right?
God damn it.
My immediate thought when I read this was, oh, so it's like Hyperdimension Neptunia producing Perfection, the rhythm game with 6 songs they only released on Vita.
Yeah, because this is a rhythm game,
Yeah,
right?
this is a rhythm game where they have 3D models of all the songstresses from each Gunvolt game, like doing their idle game dance on stage while you do rhythm mini games. There are 15 songs.
That's a song $1.
I guess it's at least it's $15. I was seeing the quality of models they made for these characters. I assumed they were going to charge $30-$40 for this. And this would be like that Kazuda Eye game that kind of ripped you off.
Sorry, we're so late in the PSVR 2 run. It doesn't even get close to the level of ripped off I was by Firewall Ultra.
Right?
It doesn't even fucking get close. The Keys in an Eye game is fun, actually, and I enjoyed it more than Beat Saber, as it turns out. But that's me.
Yeah. So this is a bizarre thing. I can't believe they're making it, but they are. I guess they need to put their expertise in 3D model making into use now that they're done with the Galgun games. For now.
Oh, well, I mean, were those on Unity or Unreal Engine?
I don't know.
I think they were Unreal Engine, but I don't know. Galgun screams to me Unity.
Yeah, it does. Has a very Unity energy to it.
I think. Well, I guess Unity's pretty old.
Oh yeah. Fun fact: did you know Unity got started because they wanted a good game engine for game development on the Mac? Just some guy way long ago was like, "Hey, we need a good engine on this." Who would have thought from such humble, pragmatic, and positive beginnings could result? Oh wait, we're not there yet.
It was like,
okay.
So hey Bob, let's do the rest of your news.
Hades 2 early access is coming Q2 2024. Cool.
Neat.
It's on Steam and Epic Game Store, so you don't need to
Man,
worry about being trapped anymore.
Thank God.
Tim Sweeney's so washed. What was his fucking plan? He sure opened the Epic. Yeah, seriously. Somebody take Tim Sweeney's fucking 48p Twitter icon and turn it into Jinkaria, where he doesn't know what a fucking JPEG is. But like, okay, here's the Epic Game Store. We're never gonna improve its functionality in any way. We're not gonna try. We're not gonna try and have a library with as much breadth as Steam's. All we're gonna do is buy these exclusives until everybody realizes that decimates your mind share and stops taking our exclusive deals. The end.
Yup.
Yeah, it seemed like they could have ramped it up and done the things Chris was saying of like actually improved the service and things.
No, but it's a lot easier to scream about Steam having a monopoly and demand market share for no effort.
Yeah.
Man, I bet that Unreal Engine would really benefit, and Fortnite would really benefit from the new machine learning and our ray tracing on the new iPhone.
I'm sure. Digital Eclipse, makers of the making of Karateka,
Anyone else?
Karate K.
Karateka.
Karate K! Yay.
They are teasing Wizardry on
Good.
Twitter, so that's cool.
Wizardry is a really fucking important game. And no, I've never played it. Why would I? But I would absolutely get this because, let me be honest, I know a lot about Karateka just from like experiencing other games from that man and looking into those.
Right, and
I don't know shit about Wizardry other than its impact. I don't know anything about the making of Wizardry.
right, and that's exciting because
Yeah.
I feel like the story of that creator of Karateka is super well told and documented, and I've seen it like from other YouTubers and stuff several times.
It is. The making of Karateka does it better than they ever did it.
Yes.
But not enough people talk about Wizardry, especially in its impact and development. Because for people who don't know, Wizardry and Ultima are like the two forebearers of. There's a third guy. I can't remember what the third game was because they jacked, like fucking Yuji Horii or whatever, jackknifed us with that one. We're like, what the fuck? None of us realized that. But these two games are like the progenitors of the JRPG genre. Mm-hmm. Like when they went to make Dragon Quest, they literally wanted to make that, but
There's literally two branches of Wizardry. There's like the American Wizardry and the Japanese Wizardry.
Yeah, because Wizardry took off that hard in Japan that they just had to go, we will lift this burden.
I think it's the Japanese branch that has the unbeatable game where you play as the unbelievably weak wizard who has so few spells and everybody who plays it wants to die.
I like chat being like, Might and Magic? I'm like, no, that's a thing you know. This literally shot us from the darkness because no one knew this third game, he said.
Yeah, I got so used to Wizardry being a Japanese game. And so the first one's American?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
that makes sense.
Both.
Okay, it is. I am thinking of Wizardry 4, The Return of Wordna, and it is one of the Western ones. Apparently, it is one of the most difficult games ever made, where it's like, you have to draw your own maps. By the way, here's an unmarked teleporter trap that's impossible to map. This was this was a DOS RPG from the 80s. It existed to make you miserable.
Right? You ever just have like a spray can of bittering agent you spray on people?
You love this, don't you? Yes.
You just get a cannon with they cover Switch cartridges with, just run up to people and spray them.
Uh-huh. There we go. Mechanics from Ultima. Character progression from Wizardry. And dungeon design from Questron? Questron?
That sounds incredibly fake.
So that was the thing they shot us with earlier this year when that was translated. That interview was translated. I hope they make this.
Yeah.
I hope they make the making of Wizardry.
Yeah, I'm super excited for any of these. I think that what I've seen of that Karateka one is really cool.
Oh, it's amazing. Like, I want that for a number of different games.
Mm-hmm.
I want that for Lode Runner. I want that for Bomberman. I want that for basically all of those early, really impactful games that you saw on everything.
Yeah.
That also blew up in Japan. I want that for Sokoban. Hey, Bob, what's your favorite Sokoban game?
I don't know. This is esoteric, I think.
No, that's a very specific genre of game. You're just not nuanced enough of a retro gamer to have an opinion on this.
I see.
You have failed the test. You have any other news?
No, that's it.
That's it?
Because we already talked about Truxton.
Oh, that's true. You have some Truxton opinions, though, and that's really important, as a gamer. Okay, Chris. Let's start blasting.
We'll do the big one last.
Yep.
So Bill Willingham, the creator of the comic series Fables, that Telltale is doing the game based on.
Yes.
He basically said DC's trying to fuck me. It's public domain now.
Based.
Nice.
That is so good.
Because as he explained, he's like, they're fucking me. I'm 67 years old. I don't have the time or money to sue them. The one thing that is inarguable in my contract is I own Fables. I own it. So I am doing the only thing I can and saying, fuck you, it's public domain now.
Good.
So fucking Chad.
Man, I wish contracts were still written in a way where everyone could go out like this.
Right.
That everyone could nope.
He said, I signed this contract when I was confident it would be in good hands at DC. Company changed. Now it's in bad hands. I can't take it away from them. So all I can do is put it in as many good hands as possible. It's public domain.
Awesome.
Oh my God. God. That's just sitting at the negotiation table holding a grenade.
Right?
Yeah. You can't undo that. It's over.
No matter what his cause of death is, his eulogy will now say he died from having nuts too huge. His fat fucking sack killed him.
Oh my God.
Crushed under the weight of how much of a Chad this motherfucker was. God, that's so good, man. Damn.
So, Embracer's looking to sell Gearbox.
God.
Now, Gearbox is wildly profitable. All the Borderlands games have huge tails, except new Tales from the Borderlands, which nobody likes. It's like probably Embracer's most profitable division. What on earth reason could they have to want to sell it? There's 3 possibilities.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, there's only 2. 1, things are so dire, they're going to run out of money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have to be underwater for that to make any kind of sense.
Right.
Or 2, they took loans under such bad circumstances to make all these acquisitions, obviously puffing themselves up for a big acquisition or a big scoreboard deal like that Saudi Arabia thing. Wow, our corporate acquisition's so great, they make the industry so good.
They're so good and based, and I'm winning.
And that, our company, this is basically admitting our company was always fake.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Clearly, they did not enter this with good intentions.
No, that it was all for this deal that fell through. And that's it.
Which is weird, because for a bit there, it did seem like there were good intentions.
Okay, I need everybody to
yeah.
wave. Everybody wave. Everybody wave. Wave a little bit. Goodbye, limited run games. Goodbye. You're owned by Embracer now. Goodbye.
I wonder how they feel about that.
Probably bad.
Yeah.
So that was time for the big news.
Okay.
Unity earlier this week decided they wanted more money. And the way they would get this money from you is charging you 20 cents for every install of your game. Everyone across any device. They even clarified and said, if somebody installs your game, uninstalls it, and then installs it again, those will both be charged. To which many people responded things like, what the fuck? Are you stupid? I'll kill you. And many other things. Some good ones were, how are you going to track that? To which they said, we have an algorithm to lie and make up how much we think you owe.
We can't tell you because it's proprietary technology.
Uh-huh.
Oh my God.
Other things such as No, it's active as of right now. In January, it will be retroactive and will charge you for everything up until now.
Right. Apparently something
also,
with the contract that's not legal at all.
Oh, yeah.
Not legal
this
at
is
all.
not
Yeah,
legally
also, it's like-
enforceable.
Yeah, people are like, we made our game 7 years ago and shipped it. And like, does this apply to us? Yes. Which, of course, which also very, very illegal.
Mm-hmm.
It is weird. It's weird to be a company to be so fucking self-assured that you're like, we can just say contracts are different years later. That's not universally like the one thing everybody of every social class and strata understands instantly.
Right? Like,
This is the only time I've ever like the In Exile, owned by Microsoft Twitter account, basically posted something that's like, fucking come try and take it.
like they picked a fight they couldn't win against anybody. Like they just saw Hasbro do this shit. What did you think was going to happen?
Yeah, it's. I've never seen more indie devs come out with knives.
Ever.
Indie devs that have never said a word about anything be like, we're never using Unity again. This game will be delayed because we have to change engine. Sorry. The Cult of the Lamb Twitter was like, buy Cult of the Lamb because we're taking it down January 1st.
Yup.
The developer of one of the head devs of Silksong has been going around and favoriting every tweet making jokes like Silksong delayed 2 more years as they change engines.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
So over like and of course Tim Sweeney's like rubbing his hands together and be like, by the way, we'd never do this to you. In fact, there's multiple things in our TOS that guarantee we can't.
Because we're a company that wants to remain legal.
Here's a bunch of resources for switching your games over to Unity. You can apply for a grant and we'll fund you changing engines to Unreal.
Jesus Christ! This is so much a bigger win for Epic than the game store. Oh my god.
It's hard to be this stupid.
Yeah. It takes years of determined self-indoctrination to believe that the world just exists because of your whims.
The funny thing is they tried to walk it back a little bit a day later. And it's like, this is still horrible.
They're like, we need to do damage control. Like, it's not damage. You destroyed it. Your company's gone, my guy. You don't have anything to salvage. You need to start like sweeping the dust away for the next tenant, or we will charge you for the cleaning fee. Like, you're fucked.
So the amazing thing here is you have to sit there and wonder what sort of mind dictates that this is the direction of a company and this is what they're going to do going forward. Well, let me tell you, there are 2 video games about this man. Travis Strikes Again, No More Heroes Returns, and No More Heroes 3, where that character, what is it, Damon Riccitiello?
Damon Riccitiello.
Is directly based on the current CEO of Unity because that man sucked shit and ruined Suda's life back on Shadows of the Damned during 7th Gen when he was at EA. Go play that game. Those games do a really good job of like outlining the exact piece of shit this person is.
Shadows of the Damned is so great with the context that seemingly EA was up his ass the entire time. Suda did a manga about the original concept for Shadows of the Damned, which is so radically different. I am now convinced Suda went, fuck you, I'm making an ugly negative parody of 7th Gen games.
Yeah, which it comes across as.
Yeah.
Man.
It's hard when you have the cool badass guy who literally can't read to read it any other way. So like Riccitiello, for the record, is the guy who said, if I could, I'd charge people for reloading in games. Reloading your gun.
Yeah, and game developers who aren't monetizing their games in manners similar to that are stupid.
No, he said, quote, are fucking idiots.
Sorry. I was coming in at a 2 or 3 on the stupid scale, and
I'm surprised he didn't use the R word, honestly.
11, you know, he didn't know during the panel.
Right.
So Unity canceled Town Hall today and closed 2 offices of work because they got what they considered credible death threats. According to the San Francisco Police Department, they were from a Unity employee.
Yeah.
Understandable. Like,
yeah. I mean,
can you imagine the distress this put that employee in? They care. I know people who work at Unity,
have to
not
deal
this
with
person, to be clear.
Let me give a little bit of context.
Yeah.
These people also have to deal with John Riccitiello going, "Fuck you! I'm selling your work to the Department of Defense."
Right.
You wanted to make video games. Now your work's being used to make military software.
There are so many layers of this isn't what they signed up for, and this is their life's work. And now on top of it, he is making them the enemy of everyone they've ever cared about. Because when you make that, you care about the people who are going to take your thing and make games with it, because you care about games and you care about enabling indie devs. So yeah, someone's going to snap.
yeah.
And of course, if it was reported as a death threat, it was likely from an employee, because if serious action was going to be taken, an outsider wouldn't have sent a warning. They would have actually done it.
Like when Aggro Crab wants you dead. You just don't wake up.
Oh, that was another thing. People were like, "Well, how is Game Pass and stuff going to work?"
Yeah.
To which they responded, "You'll have to pay for that." And then everybody went, and then they went, "No, Microsoft will have to pay for that." And then Microsoft went,
Try again. Like, well, what if they pirate the game? Oh, don't worry, our magic box will tell.
And if you think somebody has set up a virtual machine to repeatedly install and uninstall our game, in a way to take your money, just tell us. Just detect it yourselves. Tell us and convince it it's fraudulent.
Oh, you're going to feed me that data so I can tell myself, right? No.
No. What?
What?
Like, that's your job.
Bro, you sold tech to the US government. That doesn't actually make you a potentate of a sovereign state. Like, you don't get to just make the rules.
I we're making a lot of jokes, and if you're listening to this and have not been following it, I have to make this clear. Unity really did just decide we're changing the terms of every contract we've ever signed unilaterally in order to charge you rent.
Yeah. So when you listen to Big Think and you wonder why we're pretty anti-corporate, this is why, because they all want to do this move. I've seen a number of people on Twitter like, why is every company this year ruining their good image? What happened to good PR? And I'm like, no, this was the end game. And they all think they're there. We all went through the pandemic, so every corporation's brain went, oh shit, we're in the fucking post-dystopia state. Fuck them now. Do it as hard as you can. And some of them get away with it, and others are Unity.
Yeah.
Leah, like, you're done. Like, nobody's you can walk it unless you walk it back so hard of we're undoing all of it and including terms in the TOS specifically to say we can never attempt this ever again.
No,
you're
not
losing
even that.
everybody.
Like it's like when Wizards pulled this shit. When someone tells you who they are,
right,
believe them.
Listen,
right.
You'd have to fire Riccitiello.
Yeah,
you'd have to see like massive head shifts.
Fun fact, we have a comment on that in case neither of you saw whether they think that's an option. Would you like to hear it?
Very much.
Okay, here we go. Risks related to our management and brand, blah, blah, blah. Our success and future growth depend upon the continued services of our management team and other key employees. In particular, our president and chief executive officer, John Riccitiello, is critical to our overall management, as well as the continued development of our platform, our culture, and our strategic direction.
It's over.
Right? Like, if you typed that at the end of this day, you are dumber than he is.
And everybody made the jokes about John Riccitiello offloading a bunch of stock the week before this happened. What people dug up is tons of Unity leadership did.
What?
Enough that, and you know, I would be, you know what, like normally I'd be like, well, there surely must be some explanation. They didn't just bald-face do insider trading. If they're stupid enough to push this, they might have. Like one guy, like Tomar Barzeev, Unity's president of growth, dumped $1.5 million of stock at the start of this month.
Holy shit, that is so much more than I understood John to have done. Holy fuck.
Board director Shlomo DeVrat, which I can't believe that's a real name, dumped 2.5 million. This is not you're selling your monthly amount, because sometimes an executive will get a certain amount of stock each month and just has it automatically set up to sell. This is not that. This seems transparently to be insider trading. I don't see any way to read it other than that.
Right?
Yeah,
like,
that's
who
crazy.
are they planning to sell Unity to?
This is crazy.
Well,
This is
nobody
completely
now.
Insane. Yeah, because here's the thing. Like, you need to understand, like Agro was saying, when somebody tells you who they are, listen. There are some people, a large amount of them, indie devs, who, no matter what you say, what you promise from this point forward, the trust is broken. There's a very emotional response to, no, never again. You're the person who made them worry they were going to lose their entire life savings. Because that's what this is for all of them. All of them are worried about this. Because it included demos. And then it included in all of these things. And they're just moving the target. They're like, we're going to fuck you.
Yeah.
Well, not that much. We're still going to fuck you, though.
Like, it wasn't just bad, you made it uncertain, and also it was really like this isn't the fuckbags just raising the price of everything because they can.
Right.
This would destroy lives.
Right. I mean, there's a reason a lot of these free-to-play games use Unity. The terms are a lot better. And this is pissing Unity off. Clearly, they want more money from Genshin just from installs.
Right.
They want more money from Raid Shadow Legends, which I assume is a Unity game because look at it. And all these other things. And it's fucking insane. It's fucking insane. Just raise the fucking price. Like, that's so much more tolerable conceptually.
Right. Than this
than trying
bizarre,
to retroactively tax them and make them pay rent.
Yeah, it's just, it's insane.
That is what it is. It's insanity.
Yeah, Fall Guys is another Unity game. There's so many Unity games that are this free-to-play success story, and that's what drove them insane.
Yeah.
It's funny because in their own words, they're like, we did this to better balance the distribution of benefits between Unity and game developers.
Like, I'm just imagining some poor fucking indie dev who puts their game up for free on itch.io, some little tiny game. They wake up and Unity's like beating on their window. Where's our $50,000?
They're like, what? But I don't charge money for my game.
Like, bro, if you sell tools and somebody uses them to make something and they sell a shit ton of them, you are not entitled to a cut of those profits.
No.
You need to fix your brain.
Yeah. Man. The concept of landlord as a job really ruined like the concept of what corporations should all aspire to be.
Entire executive cast and this sickness of being entitled to rent.
Yeah.
It needs to be purged.
It does. It does. So upon hearing this news, I went, Blender is a great success story. Blender is open source, it's community driven, and it's free. Why don't we have that for game engines? And I was really confused that because it's 2023. I understood all these years past, maybe it wasn't time. It's definitely time. Why don't we have that? And then I look into it and it's like, Godot, which is what I'm calling it. Godot is like Gal Gadot is G-A-D-O-T. This is G-O-D-O-T. And it's video games. So Godot, I assume. Anyway, I've never heard an executive from the company say it out loud. Is an open source free engine. However, apparently it's running into that other end of being open source. Apparently, it is very, very open, which can be cool, but also the whole community is like, I think it should primarily support this language. I think it should primarily support this language. So anyway, I'm going to say we all need to... Because here's the thing. Unity is at the spot it is because of you, the game developers, and the people making YouTube tutorials to get people used to Unity. If all of that power shifted anywhere else, it would get as good as Unity eventually. That absolutely would happen. The power was never in Unity's hands. If no one used the fucking engine, it would be nowhere.
Yeah.
My God, I hope we can turn Godot into a fucking blender.
That
I
would
hope
be
we
pretty
can
incredible.
make a blender. Because here's the thing. these studios like Adobe and other people who make these high-end tools and stuff in competition for Blender still fund Blender because at the end of the day, they too want to use a thing that's completely royalty-free. So I could see a world where an engine gets good enough and maybe people are funding it through that way. You know, Sony could find in their space some engine that is open source community driven that works for some of their projects. Maybe Microsoft or Nintendo. But we need enough support behind any of these engines or a new from the ground up. Anyways, Mike Acton's making a new engine. He left Unity. He was their main engineering guy. Can you get your thing going now, Mike, please? Right now is a great time. Fuck John Riccitiello.
Yeah.
You know, the Two-Face line? It's like, you die a good guy, you stay alive long enough to become the bad guy. He did it twice.
He was just a bad guy.
Right?
He's just a bad guy twice. I don't...
He's been able to go around all these companies being the bad guy, though. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Anyway. Let's move on to your next news. Oh, wait. Your next news is everyone's next news, which is one of these two directs.
Yeah, we had 2 shows today.
Yep.
Let's do the Sony one first. It's shorter.
Yeah.
It is real short.
Let's
also
see.
sucked.
Hey, spoilers.
You can't just say it sucked, even if it did suck.
We opened on aggro in sweatpants walking up a mountain.
Every time I see that guy, I feel attacked.
You should. In the middle of this trailer, they do modern comedy bit of people say the same thing over and over back to each other.
God,
Like,
that was so fucking bad.
use the grapple hook. Oh, I'm gonna use the grapple hook. Well, good. You use it. I'm gonna use it. It's this is how comedy writing works in 2023. Anyways, that game comes out 2024. It's the QWOP I think is the name. I don't. What's the term for? Yeah, it is QWOP, right?
I think so.
fucking
Yeah,
hard
that's
to
the
walk.
running
Okay.
game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Next up, Roblox is coming to PlayStation. We already knew this. They announced this a few days ago.
Oh, did they?
Yeah,
I
they
didn't
announced
see it
this
at all.
at a Roblox thing.
Huh. Crazy.
October 10th, they specifically said PlayStation 4, and I'm like, excuse you? That better have a next-gen mode. Fucking PlayStation 4. Ghostbusters VR Rise of the Ghost Lord.
Oh fuck, the Ghost Lord.
Oh, fuck!
Where'd they come from?
Oh, God, we're going... Go to the Ghost Lords. This looked cool. I'm interested.
Yeah, it seems neat.
I'm interested in
It
this.
seems neat. It's total bullshit. Like, if you're gonna create, you should not be able to create any kind of creative character in a Ghostbusters game that doesn't look like a middle-aged exterminator.
I'm sorry,
That should be-
Ghostbuster Extreme exists, so they have to cater to that audience.
This is more like Ghostbusters Fortnite edition.
It is.
If Extreme was made nowadays, it would look like this.
Yes.
Resident Evil 4 VR mode. They
Yes.
put the word
Yes,
mode
that's
there,
true. They
which
put
is noteworthy because before now I'm pretty sure it just said VR, so it could have been a separate buyable game. But Resident Evil 4 VR mode is coming out winter, which
Cool.
is a vague span of 3 months.
Right? Probably early next year, actually.
Almost definitely early next year. It better be early next year. I don't need that in the middle of the game of the year crunch. Come on now. You're like, well, that's technically still Resident Evil 4. Anyway,
It could be number 1 too.
it's 1 and 2. Oh my god. Resident Evil 4 Remake Separate Ways, which is the Ada DLC stuff, is coming out September 21st along with Mercenaries update. That adds Wesker and Ada. Separate Ways is $10. VR is free. They showed that Avatar game? Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say Mercenaries update's also free.
Yes. They showed that Avatar game from Ubisoft, and it was a 60 frames per second trailer, which is weird because I feel like every time Ubisoft showed it, it was locked 30.
Mm-hmm.
It looks really insanely high fidelity. Ghost Runner 2 demo's out today. Bob, did you know that?
I noticed. Oh, okay. We may have talked about it earlier.
Oh, hey.
Let's see this next one. No green controller or console covers are ever coming. Sorry, aggro. Blue, red, and silver announced.
Yup. Yup.
As they were having the explosion, the textures, that it's changing constantly. I'm like, a world of infinite possibilities that exclude green.
Yup.
The silver one, I felt like I was being lied to because they showed ice for a moment. It's like, oh, it's gonna be transparent. That'd be so cool.
That's what I thought. That assuaged my depression and anger.
And then they took it away.
Yeah. Yeah. Fuckers.
I feel like we need a nation of gamers, a sovereign nation of gamers, and in order to sell your electronics in this nation, purple transparent plastic must be the default.
Like we need a sovereign nation of gamers, and we could trick John Riccitiello into coming.
I'm making an island. Helldivers 2 gameplay footage with random dev team seeming members chatting.
Yes.
And it was like a Ubisoft conference
What
from years
fucking year
ago.
is it?
Gamer chat.
So bad. Like, I don't think Sony could make this game look worse than they are.
I don't understand why they can't turn out one good looking trailer for this game.
Yeah.
I don't understand, because when I mechanically think about the game, it seems neat. And I'm going to give it a shot when it comes out, but just every trailer just seems kind of bad.
Yeah.
Even this one, from like a level of what are they doing in the trailer? It's like, oh, we're struggling to shoot it. Drop the huge thing that explodes it. I'm like, wait, why didn't you open with that?
Well, we had to strategize first.
You died twice. Where did that get you? Drop the fucking 500 kilogram bomb or whatever. Anyways, that's out February 8th. Thank you for not coming out this year. I'm busy. Spider-Man 2 looked fucking dope.
Yeah, it did. That looked crazy good.
You have augmented reality vision to see the cool holographic shit in the air. The city's twice as large, they say. The fast travel's instant. The game looks unreal.
You get to go to Queens.
They censored all of the missions. Like, they blurred the mission titles. I laughed so hard.
The Chrysler Building's not in it.
That's so stupid. If you make a building tall enough where an entire city needs to tolerate it, your ass is public domain.
Yeah. That's...
Oh, is that why it's not?
Uh-huh. Because they couldn't get the rights to it.
Oh, come on.
Isn't that fucking stupid?
That
What
is
an
the
insane
stupidest
thing.
I've seen the Chrysler Building show up in so many games, too.
Yeah.
And they've had to negotiate it for, apparently the new owners are just dicks.
Like, if I can see it from New Jersey,
Yeah.
it belongs to everyone.
Right, fuck you. Absolutely not. Go fuck yourself.
Do they have a cyber-looking version instead? Just like
I hope they just have a giant
be
billboard that says, fuck whoever owns the Chrysler Building.
gigantic middle finger they built.
That was cool. This actually leaked ahead of the state of play. Tales of Arise Beyond the Dawn DLC announced for November 9th. It's set a year after the end of the game. It has 20 hours of content.
Neat.
Motherfucker saw this Xenoblade DLC shit and went, they keep doing that? That must be working. We need some of that.
It's so weird because
Man.
it's like 2 years after the game. It's bizarre.
So
There's
who in this
not a-
DLC impregnated 3 women?
There's not a single thing in that game that I'm like, I need more. Like, there wasn't a sequel hook.
No.
Just like, do you want to pay us money to run around the areas we already made and look at these characters? And I'm like, I didn't really find the characters that interesting, so no.
I'm just rewatching the trailer looking for the smirk, the knowing smirk. That guy, he did it. Honkai Star Rail launches October 11th.
Finally got a date.
Right?
Hell yeah.
Thank you.
I didn't get in that beta at all.
Oh. You know what beta you could get in, baby?
Probably. I don't want to.
Some Xenogears character? What are we talking about?
We're talking about Foam Stars Open Beta, September 29th to October 1st.
I hear that
That
game's really
game's
fun.
almost
Mm-hmm.
certainly dead on him. Yeah, every impression of it is real positive.
Yeah, like
Huh.
every time a trailer comes out, people are like, this is dumb. Everyone who played it at the show was like, no, this game rules.
Yeah, because it looked like
mean-
it could be cool. And then half the character designs were good, and then the other half were cringe. It's like the barista. I'm like, kill yourself.
I've already seen people wanting to suck that dude's dick, so
Yeah,
obviously they hit it on some level.
like I like the designs more than anything else that game showed me.
That's all. I think it's real pretty. Like, if it's free to play, I will definitely give it a shot. If it costs money, it's dead on impact.
Yeah, which it probably will, because
I don't know.
way too many of these have made that terrible mistake.
I don't know. After Chocobo GP and Babylon's Fall, maybe Square Enix is like, oh, this doesn't work.
Yeah, maybe they will learn. Who knows? Or this will be another entry in the why do they keep releasing blatantly free-to-play games for $60?
Looking at you, Exoprimal.
Yeah, well, at least that's a different company.
Yeah, at least it's a different company.
Yeah, who doesn't have
least-
that
at least
pathological track record?
Oh, I should play that because it's on Game Pass.
We got stuff for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. That is coming out
Yes.
February 29th. We need to do the PSA at the front, though, to make sure everyone's paying attention. Yo, if you don't own the PS5 version, or if you don't own any version of Final Fantasy VII Remake, and you think, hey, I might be into this Final Fantasy VII Rebirth thing, there's a twin pack. For $70, you get both digitally.
Mm-hmm. Digital only. And it is this is on sale because they did say once the game's out, it's $90.
Okay.
Ouch.
Yeah,
That's-
that makes way more sense. I thought this was way too good a deal for them to be doing.
I know, because if you look at the price of the original, it's still not reasonable.
Right?
The original 7 Remake.
Yes.
Yeah, you go ahead.
I read the blog, so I'll whip through some stuff. There was a big cool trailer, showed a million fucking things. It was
sure
like
did.
4 minutes long.
There was a 6 segue segment.
Yes, there was. So you're gonna have team attacks called synergy attacks, where 2 characters team up and do a thing. One of the things that is like, I think Barrett throws Yuffie like doing the fastball special from X-Men. A bunch of stuff like that. Party members will now have skill trees to further your ability to customize them, and you can unlock more team attacks to it. The team attacks are meant to signify the bonds the characters develop over the course of the story. Since Red 13 is actually playable now, he has mechanics. He has a revenge gauge. He has a revenge gauge, so you like block against attacks, and he gains some kind of meter he can spend on other things. There will be sidekick characters in this that will not become playable until the 3rd game. I presume that will be Vincent or Sid because of where they said this game will end.
Right. That would make sense.
There will be more summons than in the original game, including side content revolving around a summon that wasn't originally in Final Fantasy VII at all. Don't know what that could be.
Okay.
The Junin Soldier minigame has been massively expanded. In the original game, it was just a rhythm game, like a rhythm type minigame nobody could figure out because it had some weird esoteric rules.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that.
In this, it's like, no, you have to determine your squad makeup, like what moves they do. It's real big and involved. There will be more mini games in the Gold Saucer than in the original.
Good.
All the they clarified if it was in the original, it will be there. They seemingly made Chocobo Racing into an actual mini game you control and not something you have no actual input on. New mini games and more difficulty to existing mini games will be added as the player progresses through the story. Side content will be roughly double the size of the main content. You won't be locked out of areas as you progress through the game. You'll be able to go back to any area whenever you want. The Ferris wheel date is still in. They were like, yes, that's in. Wu Tai will not be in this game. That will be in the 3rd game.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They said they're changing the order of when you visit things in the game. And then they clarified with, this game goes up until when Aerith dies in the original. It goes to that point.
Yeah, like this whole time us talking about it, that seemed like the obvious cutoff point for the end of the 2nd game.
Right.
I've heard that, and I've got to wonder: is it going to be like after Aerith dies, and then like the couple of scenes after that, or are we going to get the drop stab credits?
I assume it's going to be an entirely different set of events that won't even involve that.
I mean, yeah, but I'd like to imagine
somebody's
mine.
getting drop stabbed.
I mean,
I don't know who's getting drop stabbed.
We're ending this shit like a classic soap from the 90s or aughts, and it's gonna be Tifa and Aerith walk up, and then Sephiroth starts coming down, and Cloud's like, no, and then
it's gonna be like Gears of War 5. Cloud has to throw a knife at one of the 2 swords to determine who lives. So here's a gamer premonition.
Jesus.
They show Alexander in this trailer. You don't get Alexander until the snowfields after Aerith dies. I think they're gonna move all the snowfield shit to before the ancient capital, because in the original game you just go from the archaeological dig right to that. And then after Aerith dies, there's this weird period where you have the squats in the snow and everything. It's very fucking goofy. Right after she dies, I think they're gonna move that shit to before the capital so it flows a little bit better. Because it was always goofy to be like, Aerith dies, 30 minutes later you're snowboarding.
Everyone mourns in their own way.
Right? You have to respect Cloud for that.
This is the radical phase of grief.
So this trailer showed many funny things. It showed a chocobo walking straight up a wall. It was the black chocobo, which was the kind that can go over mountains. And they said, yeah, you'll be able to do chocobo breeding, and they will just fucking go over the terrain they're supposed to go on.
Good.
Right?
That's what you understood the task of remaking Final Fantasy VII. Thank you.
They also showed the buggy. And
yeah, I was surprised to see the buggy.
Oh, they showed so much.
They showed Red 13 sitting up on a chocobo.
Yeah, they did. It looked very good. Well, even the original had him disguised as a sailor and like dancing around on his hind legs, being like, God, I hope nobody figures out I'm a dog.
Yes.
That's the end of the state of the play. It was terrible mostly. I streamed it. It was bad.
Yeah, I feel like the state of play was okay. It wasn't great. It wasn't by any means the worst they put me through.
I will give it gets a small buff because when Helldivers 2 came up, they said time for a deep look into Helldivers 2, and my heart stopped. It's like, oh God, are we gonna be in Helldivers 2 for 15 minutes? And then it was like 3.
Right. Yeah, the Resident Evil 4 stuff was really cool, and they ended with the Final Fantasy Rebirth stuff, and I feel like that, or I guess Spider-Man was neat, but other than that, this was kind of just white noise.
We know Spider-Man. It's coming out in 5 weeks. We don't need to keep being reminded Spider-Man comes out.
This is the first time it looked like one of those super games, though.
This
like
is the first
fidelity has been ramped so high that my brain refuses to believe it's real.
This is the first trailer. It's like, let's just show the open world and them having fun and what an open world game is.
Let's show them the game they love, and we'll buy this if they love it.
They showed that Avatar section, and it opened up on terrain, and I saw the weird fantasy terrain, and my brain went, Xenogears? I thought we were done with that. I thought we had Xenoed all the gear possible.
I mean, well, Xeno was something else for sure. But Gears is over. Wait, unless they roll back.
Xeno re-gear.
Next we have Nintendo Direct.
Oh yeah.
How much would you pay for a really pretty Game Boy Advance game, Bob?
I don't know, like $20 or something.
What about 60?
No,
50?
probably not.
No. Well, Mario vs. Donkey Kong is a remake of a Game Boy Advance game, and you can do co-op, and it looks really cool.
It does.
I like that game. If the price is right, I might pick it up.
Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing, and that looks super neat.
I was when they showed this off, I was like, "Oh, is it like a new one?" And then I got kind of disappointed when I was like, "It's a remake of that one." I know that one's good, but it'd be cooler if it was just a new.
I mean, they ruined that
new
franchise later and made it Lemmings, so I'm happy they included the one that was not ruined.
Right, exactly. That's why a new game that was just
that
like
was
the
the
first
original
one.
style would have been great and smart instead of just remaking.
Well, you got to right the ship before you can take the ship in the right direction.
I'm tired of watching all these ships get righted at the same time. I'm tired of playing a game from 20 years ago because they ruined it since. After that, they showed Peach game.
Now titled
Princess Peach Showtime! And then she erupts out of the ground.
Yeah.
Dun, dun.
Princess Peach!
Wear different stage costumes and play themed worlds. It's March 22nd, 2024. Do you think that Next Level's making this? It looks like Luigi's Mansion 3. Like it looks like it's the same kind of like viewpoint and a little bit structurally, maybe.
I'm going to say Arzest is making it because they wanted Balan Wonderworld to work out eventually.
Always possible.
She wears different outfits and has different actions.
And I bet that she gets to use more than one button.
Let's not get too hasty. Nintendo's opening a new Nintendo Museum in Japan. They said construction will be done sometime in 2024. The date apparently not written in our document, but they said the opening would be at some other time. So they don't have an announced opening date anyway. Okay, I hear you, F-Zero fans. I will be less excited. Because apparently me being happy and excited about this is a direct affront to F-Zero fans.
Oh, is it?
They made an F-Zero 99. I'm not excited at all.
I'd be more excited if Nintendo didn't just go like, oh, years past, it's gone forever. Although didn't they announce they were bringing back the Mario one?
Did they?
Yeah, I don't know.
Mario 35 or whatever?
I don't remember hearing anything about that coming back.
Maybe okay, I guess they didn't. I guess I made that up.
Source? Yeah.
I think this looked neat.
No, it looks cool as shit. Like, I'm really excited to try this. This is a perfect application of a game that actually works with a huge amount of players compared to Super Mario Brothers.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of them have been like Super Mario Brothers, where it's like, this doesn't actually work.
Square peg, circular cylinder.
Yes.
Yeah, this sounds pretty cool. I like that they have the sky tracks. You build your boost high enough, you just elevate to the higher track and get to do more shortcuts and boosts and things.
Right.
I'm like, that's really cool. I want to try this, but just downloading the Dragon Quest Monsters: The Dark Prince demo made my Switch fans clearly start dying. So that's something I need to solve.
So we need a new phone and a new Switch? Oh, no.
I don't have money.
Right?
That Splatoon side order DLC is coming out spring 2024. This looks sick.
Mm-hmm.
Yet again, the DLC kind of looks more hype than the main game story mode was.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's kind of nuts to me. Hey, here's a quick question, guys, fellas, bros. What the hell was the Super Crazy Rhythm Castle made by Konami that features rhythm games wrapped around Konami music? That's so bizarre.
Yeah, it's also a weird party game where you're playing with 4 people at once. I don't know.
Sounds cool.
It's just sort of confused the hell out of me. Anyways, that's out November 14th. So play 4-player rhythm party games. They were like, it's a rhythm game. And I'm like, that looks like a party game. What are you doing right now? That's not how rhythm games look. And they showed multiple moments of gameplay that looked nothing like a rhythm game. So I have no idea. After that, they showed Spy Anya. Operation Memories out next year. It's also coming to PlayStation PC, thank God. Because it was running kind of bad.
Yeah, no, it clearly wasn't going to work too well on the Switch.
I'm like, guys, I'm okay with you looking like this, but I want it to run well. Super Mario RPG was shown off again. It's going to have post-game boss rematches. The damage is seemingly scaled up a lot on the enemy side.
Yeah, they seem to have a lot more health because people are doing way more fucking damage in those trailers.
Booster with this train that does quad nines.
they did show the new moves and stuff you have too, so I guess that would accommodate that.
Yeah, the super moves, when they dropped him, it did like 600 damage to every enemy, and I'm like, unless these are just made to delete encounters and bosses, they must have upped the health.
Mm-hmm.
They specified there will be a unique animation for every combination of 3 party members, but remember, you can't remove Mario, so it's only 12 instead of 125.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really freaking awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I love that sort of system where you get your teammates in your RPG and you get unique moves based off of the team.
Mm-hmm.
How excited were you all for another Code Recollection?
I was pretty excited.
Need to see a little more gameplay before I get excited, but in concept, I'm excited.
Did any of us play the original on DS?
Not at all.
Nope.
I certainly saw the Vox.
I was always interested in playing it. I'm like, yo, imagine if I had money. I'm really, really excited for this game. I'm really glad that we get the sequel finally, because I remember people being like, yeah, there's a sequel. We never got it. And I'm like, oh, this
man, I'm so glad we're in this era. I never thought this day would come.
Yeah.
Where we're just getting old games we never got. Hey, Bamco, how about you fucking bring over Tales of Innocence?
No.
You say that, and yet we still don't have a date for that Goemon. Like, this would have been a perfect place to show it again. They didn't.
Nope. For anyone who doesn't know, the original name of this was Trace Memory. It was a DS game. It was one of those DS games. If you look at the box art, you'll be like, yeah, I saw that game.
Mm-hmm.
It's always sitting there next to Hotel Desk.
Apparently the sequel, right? Apparently the sequel was on the Wii, but we never got it.
Oh, I wonder if that was what they have. The fidelity on this remake is all at the level of the Wii.
It looks higher than the Wii could run, but at the same time, what if it just ran bad?
Yeah, it could have run bad and had just that one model.
This had me really hyped. Saga Emerald Beyond. We get a new Saga game. They're going all in on drawing a JoJo.
Yeah, I was like, those 3D models look hideous.
But the important part is the concept art is a JoJo.
Yes. I'm like, they certainly tried to make those concept arts work in 3D to limited effect.
This looks cool as shit, though. I really want to try this. I hope it's good. Thank God it's coming out next year.
Uh-huh.
I can't.
Yeah, there's not time for another JRPG this year.
No, please.
There's already 2 in November. And one of them's only 15 hours long, but Jesus.
Right? Yeah. The only problem with this is that it was only announced for the Switch, I think.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I don't think there's been any of those that are exclusive, though.
No, there hasn't been a Saga exclusive yet, but I feel like there's always the time for Nintendo to strike a deal.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
But yeah, no, it looked neat. I think the Tomb Raider 1 through 3 remaster looks like ass.
Yeah, that looks hideous. It was like, which one's the new? Oh, that's the new graphics?
It runs well now, though, so...
And at least you can switch back.
I didn't care until you could do that.
Right.
Right. So... That's neat that you can do that at least. And as I am told, Tomb Raider on the PS1 is much like Resident Evil. You use a currency to save. So them stripping that out of this version would be medicated and very based.
Man.
Because you didn't do that on PC. On PC, you could just save.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like...
If Embracer survives, it will be entirely through shit like this. Just like, okay, here's every single thing we possibly can remaster. Here's all of it. It's all of it. It's all of it. It's all of it. Please, we have to live. Please.
Their desperation move, making products people want to buy.
I know.
Right?
How desperate of them. You know that thing you want? Here it is. Ha! You cuck.
I wonder if these are on the I wonder if these are on the fucking limited run games thing, the graphite engine or whatever the fuck it's called.
Carbon engine.
That's why Carbon engine. Yeah, that's why they got bought by Embracer, is for that specifically.
Does Aspire normally use the Carbon engine? Because for people who don't know, Aspire handled all the ports of all the like Jedi Knights, KOTOR, and all that other stuff.
Oh, yeah.
No, but they didn't own those people until this year. So like they didn't own limited run until this year. So maybe they switched over. I don't know. I think they said the Gex shit is, but I don't remember.
Yeah, they did say the Gex stuff is. My brain shut off during this next segment. Okay. I'm not even saying that to be funny.
Yeah, they're making too many of these.
I just fired no neurons.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's just they're making too many of these, but also these ones specifically.
Yeah, because the last ones they announced looked cool. Anyways, a couple of League of Legends games were announced. Bandle Tale. Is that really?
Yeah.
A League of Legends story is coming out 2024. And Song of Nunu is coming out November 1st.
Bandle Tale.
Uh-huh.
The trailer played, and I was just like, this looks like bottom tier wholesome direct content. Like, absolutely the worst thing. The game that's parody levels of just bad, no one would actually play it.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was like, this is a League of Legends game. So I just stared at the screen like, what?
You have more money than God, and this is what you turned out?
Right?
And then that other game is about the character in League of Legends, it's Ice Yeti or whatever, and then the friend. I was like, I remember you're pulling something from the deep, deep, dark cave that is my mind trying to remember playing League of Legends. All right. Let's move on to the shit that matters. Vanillaware!
Yeah!
Unicorn Overlord, a new Vanillaware tactical RPG, lands March 8th, 2024. It is also on Xbox and PlayStation, and it has delicious food.
Yeah,
You
looks
know,
neat.
I would say I was worried about it, but clearly they can just make anything good, so
Right.
whatever.
I mean, they made fucking 13 Sentinels good, and we didn't think that was going to be good before playing that.
Right.
There's no point in worrying anymore.
Yeah, I'm like, this looked not up to the standard I expect from them, but I was just like, yeah, it's going to be great, though.
I'm sure there'll be cutscenes that look unbelievably good looking.
I mean,
Right.
just standing units talking to each other looked insane.
Like this thing
It's
started, I'm like,
Vanillaware.
this looks like Vanillaware. Oh my god, is this Vanillaware? And they're like, the return of the tactical RPG. I'm like, you better be Vanillaware if you talking that shit.
From the highs to the lows, there was a Contra announced. Contra Operation Galuga by WayForward early 2024. It's coming out on PlayStation, PC, Xbox, and of course, Nintendo Switch.
It doesn't look very good.
No, it looks barely readable or playable.
Yeah, man. Also,
What
it's
is
almost
with
certainly made on
Konami?
Unity.
What is with Konami just being like, Contra has the worst shit ever? Here's the worst fucking projects for Contra.
I don't know.
I'm
know.
really fucking scared for these Castlevania projects that are in development.
They're like, if
Cranking out for
Contra's hard for the
Contra.
player, it's going to be hard for the devs.
Like the last time WayForward made a Contra, it was using pixel art and people loved it.
Yes, Contra 4 is good.
And
That's what I hear.
somehow we have arrived at this nightmare.
Yep.
There seems to just be a real fucking trend in the Japanese gaming industry of despising pixel art. Like Otani, the guy behind the Sonic games, is like, yeah, nobody likes that anymore, so we're not doing it. You can't sell a pixel art game for $60.
Wow. Yeah, the trailer runs super terribly and artistically looks terrible. And given WayForward moved all of their projects to Unity, it's probably much like the rest of those going to have problems, like River City Girls 2, which ran at 30 frames per second for some fucking reason for several months straight. And then when they fixed it, they added an insane amount of input lag to the PS5 version specifically, and you waited something like 6 or 7 months for that.
Yep.
So,
Man, I sure hope they get scared off Unity.
oh yeah, dude, fucking James M from fucking WayForward has been pissed on Twitter nonstop for both like fuming. And I'm like, yeah, you should be that pissed. Your whole company switched to this, and honestly, your products have been worse since.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone I hope is scared off of that. Everyone needs to stop.
But yeah, anyways, it's coming out early 2024. Luigi's Mansion 2 was shown, and I had to watch that trailer alone, knowing what is in that game, seeing it in HD.
I was blown away when they showed the part that you got that glitch.
I know. I thought that was funny as shit too. I was like, am I going to soft lock in the HD version too? Am I going to HD soft lock the game? I will try to remember to provide a link to that clip in the description. So please look forward to that. That sure is coming out summer 2024 when I hope a fucking Switch 2 is about out.
I think the funniest thing was that they changed the name from Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon to Luigi's Mansion 2 HD to ensure nobody accidentally buys Luigi's Mansion 2.
Yeah, because like they changed to numbering them.
Yeah.
So they need to make it stand in line.
Right.
Right. That's what it is, and they need to know that number's lower, so that means that it's not as good.
Luigi's Mansion Sucks Edition. They just printed it on the cover now.
You know it's not as good because of the giant sticker they put on it. It just says sucks.
Yes.
Red font on yellow star background. We got a trailer for Eiyuden Chronicles. I actually 100 Heroes. I actually did not realize that's what it was at first. I'm like, this RPG looks fucking great.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was like, oh, right.
That thing.
Yeah, that thing. It's finally coming out April 23rd, 2024, meaning Bob will have backed it for just barely shy of 4 years by the time it launches.
I love that they're like, over 100 characters. Like, yeah, it's 108, like always. Don't
We
cut it
know,
over,
sucker.
suckers.
Stop trying to trick us. We know. We're on to you. I didn't realize Wargroove 2 is a Switch exclusive.
Yeah.
It's coming out October 5th. In Japan, Stray Children, a new RPG by the Moon developers. The developers. Of Moon.
They have since confirmed, yes, it's being localized. It just wasn't in the Direct.
Yeah, I saw that. But they got that trailer in the Japanese Nintendo Direct, and we should have gotten it here, frankly.
Yeah. Apparently, there was a Sharon the Wanderer new one announced also during the Japanese Nintendo Direct.
Oh. And then I guess Metal Paper Mario, your Gambit paid off. It was worth every dollar you donated to make Paper Mario Month and Mario RPG Month happen.
Yeah, this is starting to go beyond a bit into being weird.
Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door HD got announced.
Like, it's a remake too. Like this, like stuff that was less poppy outy is now more poppy outy.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it definitely has like a little bit of that coat of paint over it. It's like, this looks better, but it's hard to place exactly how much better.
This is really funny.
Yes.
It continues. I'm really upset, though, that since we hard confirmed that today, that Chris played Mirror's Edge earlier this week, because that means the other thing is probably true, and he just killed our chances of ever getting.
Yeah, I mean, it was already EA and Doom, but now it's more Doom, and that's upsetting.
Yeah.
We need more 3D platformers, not less.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm
So,
sorry.
Dan, I'd like to talk to you about the Threads of Fate initiative, where you guys
You
play
stay the
Threads of
fuck
Fate
away
for
from
a
him,
month.
Aggro. You stay the fuck away from him. He's doing Wild Arms before he does anything else.
I'm hearing F-Zero in chat. Eternal Darkness. Good Lord. That is a litmus test of our abilities, all right? Play Eternal Darkness. We dare you, Dan. How would they bring that back? Next Level Games announces, and they're like, no.
David Hayter written.
Oh, my God.
See, what we need to do is since Saints Row, the Saints Row is a PS Plus premium game. I mean, a PS Plus, just normal PS Plus game this month. We need to stress test whose power level is stronger. And you need to play the Saints Row game to see if that will overpower my death spell.
We're gonna get some Pet Cemetery shit.
Right, of course. We're going to play it, and then the founders of
be like-
Volition are going to have a new studio called Jank Bros.
Or it'll be like
GTA Club.
It's the Age
it'll
of
be like
Mayhem 2.
it's finally here, Johnny Gat in Fortnite. That'd get me to start playing Fortnite. That would get me to download Fortnite.
And now
so I
you
can pay to
understand
beat
why
Johnny
it's the
Gat.
biggest game in the world.
Right? They just need one for every person.
They just need to
Oh,
find
like
everyone's soft
we
spot.
discussed this when they announced Cloud and Sephiroth and Aerith in Fortnite. I'm gonna get in.
Yeah, clearly we have to redo the Ape Escape month because it didn't work the first time. It's like the only game.
I can't wait till you guys play every Dynasty Warriors and then a meteor hits your house.
No. Don't punish us for our humors. Reward us. Reward us. Weirdly enough, things that were censored out of the American version of Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door are in this trailer already, like the noose.
Yeah, people are excited about the noose.
Yeah, because they
could've
censored
sworn-
the hell out of the murder in that town, apparently.
I was like, the noose was in the version we played, wasn't it?
No, I think they just kept the clear stand for a noose and then just went, yank. No noose
is
anymore.
loose.
So that's interesting. I wonder if they're going to change how they localize Vivian's story.
Hopefully.
Yeah, because for people who don't know, in America, they just they're like, this person's trans? Fuck that. We're getting rid of that. We're doing this non-logical. They're just mean to her.
It would be really neat if they made every character like more involved in the story. Like they didn't just, it wasn't
Yeah,
just
that would be
whoever
great.
talked was, whoever was in your party at the front at the moment was in the story and no one else was.
I don't
I know there's no
about
way they'll do
that.
it.
There might be a script revision. We'll have to see how much like the script of Super Mario RPG deviates for us to have a good idea of that.
The interesting thing here is that it's like a fucking monkey spa. By the way, people are saying the noose wasn't censored. It's a bit of a monkey spa because if we get any of the like trans tones of Vivian's story, we also get the bullying Vivian for being trans end of that.
Right.
So
Yeah, I never thought it was weird they were bullying her because it was just Cinderella.
Right.
It's really flat though. It's really flat. Like I even experiencing that story, I'm like, that's what they wrote. There's not an extra layer.
Yeah.
No, they cut.
Okay.
Look,
I mean,
those
most of
characters
that
are so
game is
irrelevant. They
insanely
cut one of the
flat.
fights. Yeah, it's a little bit
Because it's
flat.
paper. Ha 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 ha.
But like those, they consider those characters so irrelevant. They cut a fight with them and just replace it with a Goomba.
More games should do that. Metal Gear Solid 2 is like, we were going to have Rays, but they were hard to program, so now you fight a Goomba.
We were going to design all this open world shit, but Goombas. If you leave the main town, it's just Goombas, my guy.
Boy. And then the camera whips around Kratos to show a moderate-sized Goomba. It's not too big. That'd be hard
fucking
to.
good hucking the Leviathan axe at a Goomba would be.
It would be sick.
I bred this best chocobo in the world. Why is a Goomba up here?
Oh my god. Now wait, like you flew a chocobo up to find a Goomba, or you bred the best chocobos and out popped a Goomba?
Jesus, that one's even more deranged.
At first, I thought that one. Okay, now the worst version of this. Oh, you took the shiny stone to the door in Super Mario RPG Remake. Behind the door, just a Goomba.
It's a Goomba.
It's to fight the Goomba.
Yeah, instead it's going to be
No
Sephiroth.
It's a Goomba in Sephiroth's outfit.
Man, imagine if you go back there post game when instead of a Super Cool-X, it's just Sephiroth. So you get both.
He's like ripping that robot out of the tank. He's like, they're taking the planet from Mother, and it's a Goomba.
I need it to be a Goomba in Sephiroth's outfit, and it's the One Wing Angel theme done in Mario Paint.
Yes.
It just starts blaring like dog bark sounds.
Wait, do you also have to fight like the swatter?
And he's just shaking around the whole screen.
Aerith, standing alone, center screen in the spotlight. When from out of the darkness up top, Goomba.
Yeah, it's funny too, because it just
Like-
looks like a circle from the bottom, right?
Hits her in the back of the head, squeaky chew toy noise.
And we've written a Flash cartoon.
Yes.
From 2003. We did it. That's it for news.
Woo!
That's it for news. That's it for news?
I guess.
Tomorrow, Bob and I are playing
Yeah. Tell him.
some video games.
Tell him what you're playing, you son of a bitch.
Why are you so mad? Huh? What's
Or if you're confused by the time of day, later today.
what is it? Oh man, we actually did click
Yeah.
over.
Yeah, we had to start really late because the
Construction,
yeah.
And then we did a 4-hour episode.
Yeah, because it turns out there's a lot of happening. With Unity, 2 giant shows, and us
I'm-
all playing video games.
Me at the beginning of this week, not knowing all the shit that was going to come out. I was just playing fucking a lot of video games and then talk about it on fucking Thursday like some sort of idiot. Ugh. That was foolish of me. You know what? Let's talk about aggro first because I got to prep a thing. Hey,
Hey.
what are you doing?
I'm going to keep digging into Starfield and see how wacky we get at the back half of that game. Because I don't know. And that's really exciting. I don't know how wacky this is going to get.
Yeah, I do hear the end game is just real weird.
How much more deranged could the pistols they hand me possibly become?
Eventually, it'll vaporize your own hand when you fire them.
I don't even mechanically understand the best one I've got. It's got like weird magnets and shit all over it. It's got a 3-dot blue laser coming out of what looks like the barrel, and it seems to fire a random number of bullets.
Huh.
And things just jib.
Tomorrow, Bob and I are playing Pizza Tower and Haze for the Pizza and Piss Death Stream. Because that's a thing, I guess.
Sure is a saying. Good Lord.
That fucking edit.
What?
It's so good.
We are starting the stream with Haze. You know, finally going to see the whole thing through. We need to know the exact arc of Hayes. I bet the ending's brilliant. How about you, Bob?
Absolutely. There's no way it's not, right?
And then when, Hayes is done 3 hours in because it's a 7th gen video game, we're going to switch to Pizza Tower because Bob hasn't played it. It's a really good game. He needs to check out before Game of the Year. Hey, Chris, what are you up to?
On Saturday and probably Sunday and maybe Monday, I'm going to stream BioShock Infinite. I haven't played that game since it came out. We're going to give it another shot. We're going to see if maybe I was wrong 10 years ago.
He'll get to play It's the Greatest Murderer of All Time.
Racism goes both ways. The racism goes both ways stream.
Oh, man. You need to, when he finishes that stream, we need to see if the Judah studio just goes under. That'll hard confirm his horrible power.
No.
Yeah.
And then, we'll spend the rest of our fucking lives. That game was gonna be amazing.
But please look forward to piss, pizza, and racism this week for me, Bob, and Chris.
I don't like Pepinos having 3 gigantic fingers. He looks like Azrael from Legacy of Kain.
Legacy of Kain?
He has others, you just can't see them.
Yeah,
Okay.
Because on his other hand, he has...
It's hidden from this perspective of this very well-drawn MS Paint sketch.
See, his hand is slightly hinged in the middle.
I see.
That's how you grab that truly wide New York slice.
I'm just really proud that that's what Bob is focusing in on and not the hand over here. Because when I first told Photoshop to autofill the rest of his arm, it was horrible. So I touched it up a bit to be remotely okay. I like that there's a yellow glow on his cheek from the nectar.
It's very strong piss.
It's very strong. That's industrial grade piss. Anyways, that's it for Big Think Dimension. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Thank you for listening to the Big Think Dimension. It's real late, so before you go to bed, go to our Patreon. I think we sell shit on it. Like commentaries and weird-ass movies.
Can I get a mug?
Also, some other shit. Thank you.
A commemorative rug with our faces printed on it.
Like you order it, but when it arrives, it's just a Goomba.